Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop, Spicy City.
Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us. Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The Hickory Log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Halfway home through day one of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. We reached the second session of the opening day, and a very Merry Christmas to you. Along with my partner, Mike Reeves, my name is Greg Allen. Back inside the Show Me Center, we'll start the second half with Charleston and Kelly in a 5-12 matchup. Already plenty of action today post-holiday and a very unseasonably warm afternoon. Jackson, the number 1 seed, started the day with a 90-23 win over the 16 seed Oak Ridge. Then it was the 2 seed Woodland, 92-44, the rout over the Braves of Scott County Central. Cape Central, the 3 seed, 74-16, shutting out Meadow Heights in the fourth quarter as the Tigers advanced to the quarterfinals. And the first session finished with a 71-29 win for the 4 seed Cape Notre Dame as they knocked off number 13 Oran. We'll see the rest of the bracket here in this second session of day one. And we'll start with Charleston and Kelly. Welcome back inside the Show Me Center. Great to sit alongside with you, partner. All the coverage brought to you by Aycorp Sports with our producer, Josh I, here at the helm and controls of the operation as Charleston and Kelly get set to go. Plenty of history between these two. They last met in the Christmas tournament back in 2023. Charleston trying to improve to 5-3, while Kelly trying to inch closer to the 500 mark.
Greg had a chance to talk to a few people, text a few people, once we knew we were going to be doing this. And then I have a few people that live in the area, and I thought, I'm going to try to get what background I can from people that I trust that go and watch games and know a few things. One thing that was kind of a recurring theme was Charleston might be a bit underseeded at a 5. Now, they lost to Cape Notre Dame. Okay. When you're seeding early season tournaments, you've got very little to go on sometimes. So a head-to-head, I think it's fair that it has some impact. But a lot that I've talked to seem to say, hey, this team, if they click and they get it going, they're going to be as good as anybody in that 2-3-4 range. I think a lot of people right now are really just, and we were too. I know they overmatched their opponent, but Jackson just looked fantastic. So a lot of people said Jackson's probably going to be the team to beat. Number 1 seed said so. But after that, if Charleston had received a 2, a 3, or a 4 instead of the 5, I get the sense nobody would have blinked, would have batted an eye, except for the fact, well, they can't be seated, ahead of Cape Notre Dame if they lost to them. So outside of that, I think we're going to see a really good team here and a Kelly squad that's going to have their work cut out for them is the way I've seen it and heard about it. We'll see if it all comes to be exactly that.
Scheduled for a 4:30 tip-off. Will be a little bit late for that, just a little behind. The 6 o'clock game, number 6 Scott City will take on the 11C Advance, and then you get Bell City off the 7 line against number 10 Chaffee at 7:30. The day wraps up at 9 o'clock with the 8-9 matchup, Delta and Leopold. And then we're right back here tomorrow morning for day 2, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. 8 more games that will piece together Monday's 2 semifinals on the winner's side between the 6 and 7:30 matchups. And the tournament finishes out Tuesday night with the title game scheduled for 7:30. Mike has the starting lineups between the Blue Jays and the Hawks.
Well, look at that 5th seed Blue Jays squad, 4-3 their record. Jamarcus Williams, 5th-year head coach, sends out Trayshawn Shandon, a 6'2 junior as a starter, along with Shylan Henderson, a 5'9 junior. Trenez Lane is a junior at 5'10. Martavius Biles, a 6'1 senior. And Tim Frazier, a senior at 6 feet tall. The Kelly Hawks, they're 3-5 this year. Devin Hiring is the first-year head coach. They are a 12 seed, and they start Grady Hall, a senior at 6'4. Avery Wolseley, a 6'4 junior. Griffin Pass is a 6'3 senior. Brody Ash, a junior at 6 feet tall, and Landon Alexander, 5'10", and a junior. Those are your starting lineups for the 5-12 matchup, Charleston and Kelly.
We were informed just prior to going on the air by the officials, this game will start with a technical foul and free throws for Charleston after Kelly was dunking in the pregame warm-up line. So there would be free throws to start this thing. Charleston will shoot him. It will be a team foul, not a personal foul against Kelly. So that's how the proceedings here will begin, with no official tip. And I will just assume the Blue Jays will get the basketball to follow the foul shots.
The normal protocol for technical foul, you also receive the ball afterwards. I would believe so as well. However, I can say that it is the first time I remember being at a high school event where a technical foul was assessed for dunking prior to a game. I've seen a couple times where kids did it and the officials either turned and let it go or just didn't see it themselves. But it's the first time I've seen it actually enforced. I don't know if you've seen it or remember it.
Trenez Lane will shoot them for Charleston, averaging 16.4. He's a 68% free throw shooter. And so, points before the game really even starts, I suppose, right? And a couple for Lane to make it 2-0. And as expected, Charleston will start after the free throws with the basketball.
Greg, you know, every once in a while you'll hear a coach when a game went bad say, we were behind before we ever get started. Today,
truth,
one team is behind before we ever started.
It actually does happen. Charleston with a basketball off the 5 line in the corner. The winner gets number 4, Cape Notre Dame. Lane with the miss, the offensive rebound, and then thrown away by the Blue Jays. Winner advances to face the Bulldogs in the late game tomorrow at 9 p.m. The loser will get Oran in the lead game tomorrow at 9 a.m.
It'll be interesting to see if we can get a little more competitive matchup sometime during this evening session. Average margin of victory thus far in the tournament, 53.7.
Ooh. Landon Alexander got blocked, and the Blue Jays back to work offensively. Shylan Henderson puts it up, and he's got his first 2, averages 7.1 a ball game, 31% from the floor, and a 4-0 Charleston lead. So this one, the difference between sleeping in until about noon or waking up at about 6:30. Brody Ash gives it on perimeter to Grady Hall, who will force a shot off back plate. And stripped on the way up, Ash, and fouled.
Lane will pick up the foul just simply by expression alone. He didn't think so. Official said, nope, we got you across the arm as you reached in. He thought he had a clean steal and was going to come back the other way.
Charleston again 4-3 the mark. Kelly 3-5. If you're with us for some of the first session today as a travels called against Landon Alexander, some of these teams, when you match up a larger school against a smaller school, and that gulf between classifications is a little wider, they usually don't match up in the regular season. That is not the case between these two. Kelly and Charleston do have some history between each other outside of Christmas tournament play in the last 10 to 15 years. The rebound to Griffin, pass off the Charleston miss. And the finish bypass to give Kelly their first 2 points. quickly the other way, and free throws forthcoming off the second foul from team variety for Kelly. This one called against Brody Ash. His first. Don't miss a moment beyond today's game. Subscribe to cmoball.com for full access to the players, stories, teams, and scores that you care about, from high school to the pros. New subscribers, do it during the tournament. 30% discount if you subscribe during the tournament. Martavius Biles entered the tournament 5 of 6 at the foul line. He averages 3 a ball game, and it's 5-2 Charleston. Quickly down the lane to the basket. Nice move by Grady Hall. Taking his man off the dribble and makes it a 1-point game. We've had a couple of games through the first 4 that were competitive at the end of one, and that's about when the close proximities between the two teams ended throughout most of this morning. And certainly by the time we got to halftime, it was a wide margin in the scores. Landon Alexander with the foul, his first. That'll put Trenez Lane back at the line. He's got 3.
This Kelly Hawks team, they'll be participating as a Class 3 District 1 participant come district time. They will play their district in Malden, home of the Green Wave. Malden playing in that Bloomfield tournament.
Okay. Kelly to work on offense with Landon Alexander from deep. Front rim and off. Trenez Lane, a quick outlet. Frazier on the run out to the cup. No, but Lane to follow. Lane's had a good start, as have the Blue Jays. Out to a 9-4 lead in our first in-game stoppage. Timeout called by Kelly. Not even 3 minutes into stanza 1 on the 81st annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
Kelly and Malden not scheduled to play each other this year. Mike mentioning the district down that the Hawks will play in come end of season time. It's backcourt pressure by Charleston. Brody Ash into a double team and able to get out of it. Kelly comes in having won 2 of their last 3, one of those in overtime, going to be Perryville. And not just 1 overtime, not just 2 overtimes, 3 overtimes. It's the second time Grady Hall has come down the left side of the lane and laid one in. He's got 4. They beat the Pirates in triple overtime on the 19th of December. Trenez Lane has it going on. He's got 9 quick points.
He shoots the 3 at 15%, but didn't look like it there. I mean, that was a nice-looking form jumper.
Ash left open at the foul line missing, and a rebound foul after Trayshawn Shandon grabbed the ball. Somebody grabbed him.
Talked about Malden being the host of that. They beat Bloomfield earlier today in a first-round matchup in Bloomfield. 62-28 the final there. Dexter, East Carter, and Van Buren also winners today. That district we were talking about that this group out of Kelly will play in, other than the host, Caruthersville, New Madrid County Central, East Prairie, Portageville, and Twin Rivers are the participants there.
Coming into the tournament, Kelly lost to Twin Rivers 4 days ago, 64-53 rather, an 11-point differential. They see East Prairie towards the end of the year, day before Valentine's Day. Here comes Hall, that left side of the lane, going hard to the hole. All 3 of his field goals have been the exact same way, and it's 12-8. 3 ball from Shandon. Off the mark, no good. 3 Hawks there, and they all sort of knock the ball away from each other. and finally saved in by the Hawks. Having a hard time in the backcourt, though. Alexander lost it, still in trouble, fires it near the timeline. A disjointed possession, to say the least, for Kelly, but now they'll settle. Griffin pass, reverse layup, good. And make it a 2-point game with the Jays in front. Little chase block by Alexander to knock that shot away from Shyland Henderson. Tucker Dernberger floats. And this time, after the rebound by Shannon, they smartly let him have it. Don't foul him. Henderson dribble drive into the paint and a kick out. Lane, one of his few misses so far in the ballgame. Hall's been electric in the open floor. Straight to the basket. And a blocking foul coming up. They thought they had shut down that left side of the paint on Grady Hall. Instead, it's a blocking foul on Tim Frazier.
Well, our early look and impression would be that if Grady Hall has a chance to go to the rim, he's going. Because we've seen it multiple times already. He's a left-hander, goes hard to that left side. That call was one of those, I think, toss a coin calls. I mean, that charge block often ends up that way, and it kind of felt that way there.
Kelly opened the season with a loss to Richland in the Oran Invitational, beat Scott County Central, then lost 3 in a row. Westwood Baptist, Carruthersville, and Scott City. 0 for 2 free throw trip, but an offensive board for Trenton Brashear. And 2 more free throws coming up for Kelly and another Charleston foul. C.J. Kimball picks that one up. And Ash stands at the line.
If you want to stay in a game, compete in a game, have a chance in a game where you are a pretty prohibitive underdog, taking advantage of the free throw line matters. And right now they're 1 for 4.
How about offensive rebounds? Can that do it?
It can help. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anything.
3 ball from the top of the cylinder. No good in this foul, likely coming up on Lane Williams. It is Lane Williams. It is his first. It's the club 5th. And so we'll walk to the other end and shoot with Charleston. The Blue Jays coming off, speaking of Kennett, a 76 win over Kennett on the road on December 19th. Charleston started the season at the Riverbend Classic, losing to West Memphis, Arkansas, 63-51. Tim Frazier just 4 of 6 from the line for the year. Misfires there. He averages 3.6 a game. They beat Dexter and Festus. Frazier's got his first point. Then played in the SEMO Conference Tournament, did the Blue Jays as the 5 seed, lost to number 4 Dexter 60-50. Beat New Madrid 90-62. Lost to Cape Notre Dame. That's the game you talked about at the outset, Mike, that may have put them on the 5 line here, with the Bulldogs in front of them, better by 1 seed. And then the win over Kennett heading into this one.
Well, I am going to guess, and maybe guess wrong, that you would offer up an incorrect answer if I ask you what class of the 6 in Missouri that Charleston plays in postseason.
Free throws for Trenez Lane.
I don't think you looked it up prior.
I did not. Lane's got 10. He's 5 for 5 at the line.
Well, he started the night 2 for 2 right out
before the game even
before
started.
the game ever started.
I would have said 3 off the jump.
Same as I would have.
And they are in
2.
Trenez Lane, perfect on 6 cracks at the stripe. Blue Jays by 4 at 15-11. They used to participate in 3, didn't they?
They absolutely did. That's when we got to look at them a few times years ago.
Are they one of those clubs that, as far as enrollment, was on the low end of the Class 3 and got bumped down due to the private school championship factor?
I don't know how much of it did play in, but I was surprised to see 2. I was looking for them under 3, and There's a stunning development with Grady Hall going hard to the basket off that left side.
4 for 4 for Grady Hall. He's got 8 and carves it back to a 2-point game. Now the guy with the basketball right now has got the hot hand for Charleston. He's got 11 of their 15. He's perfect on 6 cracks at the foul line. Ajari Wells, no good. 2 Blue Jays there, and again, like when they had 3 earlier, neither could grab it, but it's out of bounds off Charleston.
Well, you know, we've talked so much about it over the years. My thinking in a situation like this one where Lane has 11 and he's hitting pretty much anything he can find when he gets open, ride that player as long as you can. If he stays hot for a full quarter, so be it. If it happens to be that right now is the hottest he'll be all game, then you move on. But see what he's got, play it out as far as you can, and he didn't get a shot attempt that last trip down.
14th meeting between these two ball clubs since the start of the 2011 season. Turnover into a run-out layup at the other end for Ajari Wells. He averages 9 a night. He shoots 56% from the floor. He's got his first pair. Good dish sideline left to Alexander from distance. It connects. We got an entertaining one to start session 2. It's a one-penny game here. Charleston and Kelly in the 5-12. Little floater in the paint. And again, 4 Hawks. None can grab the basketball on the rebound. Frazier trying to make him pay. Can't. Nobody goes and gets it this time in maroon. And Charleston's got an extra possession with 17 to go in the quarter. Stripped on the way up, they say Tim Frazier. Final 5 of the quarter. Trying to find space. Take it away. Charleston from just inside the half-court line. No good, but is the slimmest of margins after one quarter. Good one brewing to kick off session 2. Charleston leading Kelly 17-16 on Aycorp Sports.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Day 1 of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Greg Allen, Mike Rees, our absolute pleasure to be part of the proceedings here from the Show Me Center here in this 2025 campaign. With you for all 8 today. We'll have all 8 tomorrow. Heading into the day off on Sunday before the tournament wraps up on Monday and Tuesday.
Shooting numbers from that first quarter, Blue Jays just 4 of 16 from the field, 1 of 4 from deep. They have stayed in front in this one because of the free throw line where they've gone 8 for 10. Kelly 7 of 12. That's rock solid from the field. They're 1 of 2 from deep and 1 of 4 at the free throw line. So the free throw line has been the difference maker without question through 8 minutes of play.
Kelly trying to grab the lead on this trip to open up quarter number 2. Charleston has won 20 Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament championships. In the lane, little floater, no, but an offensive rebound's going to find a home for Tucker Dernberger. The sophomore puts the Hawks in front of the Jays at 18-17. Well, Kelly's having a hard time grabbing defensive rebounds, but that's at least the 3rd time they've grabbed an offensive board. Patient on the half-court offensive set by Charleston. Tim Frazier on the dribble. Minute gone by in quarter 2. Charleston has not lost their opening round game in the tournament since at least 2007. And with the shot clock expiring, Jari Wells knocks down a triple. He's got 5. He shoots 42% from deep.
One of the few times that shot clock has come into play in any of the games that we've done here in the first 5.
Dernberger with an inadvertent whistle, missed it. Or an inadvertent buzzer, rather, not a whistle. And that was the horn from the scorer's table.
That's one of the rare times I've heard that happen, and they not stop play. It seems like it's normal to just stop the play, and they're like, nope, we all heard it, it's nothing, keep playing.
Kimball out of the corner drills one. He had missed his first 3 threes of the year coming into today, but he nails that one. He's now 1 for 4. And Charleston's advantage is 5 at 23-18. Dernberger on the take, down the lane, up, in, and fouled. I'll tell you what, Kelly has not had any druthers of taking the ball to the hole.
100%. I mean, we've seen it on a number of occasions. We've talked a lot about Grady Hall doing it, but he's not the only one. He's just done it the most often. I think they've only tried 2 3-pointers, and in 2025, second quarter of a game, we're 10 minutes into this thing. That's a revelation because it is normal to be, you know, at this point, a little more in line with what we've seen Charleston. 6 attempts, nothing extreme there, but that's kind of on the low end. So be 1 of 2 at this juncture, you know, that's noteworthy that they are getting to the rim, and they're doing so off the dribble. It's not tossed into the post and work. It's all off dribble.
Dernberger makes the foul shot off the C.J. Kimball second personal. Charleston with the ball fake at a 3 from Shandon. Now he's on the move. Down the right side of the paint, shot blocked. Kelly's doing a good job when Charleston does penetrate, though, as that ball's kicked into the Blue Jay bench by Wells. They're doing a good job to stay vertical, get blocked shots. They've had a couple of those and not foul.
I think they've been fundamentally very impressive here through the first 10:31 of this one.
Give to a cutting Dernberger, who then slipped a little bit. No travel call, loose basketball, and bodies just kind of rolling into each other. And Griffin Pass is going to get tagged with a foul that he was trying to avoid.
I'll talk to you about Charleston being in Class 2. Their district is District 3. Bloomfield is where they'll play. Their district with Advance, Bernie, Chaffee, Oran, and Puxico.
Not a lot of those teams on their regular season schedule. They instead opt for the likes of Sykeston, Jackson, Cape Central, Hazelwood Central, and Poplar Bluff down the stretch. Floater doesn't fall. Nice job to avoid the foul by Griffin Pass.
That's a pretty solid Class 2 schedule.
No kidding. Trying to muscle his way in through traffic, Trayshawn Shandon.
Greg Mish's site, that's all we can refer to at this juncture with the teams I'm going to be talking to you about. That district that Charleston will play in. By record, Puxico currently leading the way at 7-1. Chaffee's 5-2. Bloomfield's 3-4. Bernie's having a good year at 4-1. Advance has split their games up to this point, but I've heard a lot of good things about that Puxico group. We're not going to get a, chance to know a lot about them, but the things that I've heard are really good.
Well, Puxico playing right now in the site of that district in Bloomfield at that Christmas tournament against the 15-seed Gideon. That game right now in progress, and you can find it on the Aycorp Sports family. Trenez Lane's got 14, his first in the second quarter. And Charleston extends it back to a 5-point game. Suffocating pressure for the Blue Jays. Finding a way to get that to go off glass is Dernberger. Kelly has been seemingly comfortable in usually uncomfortable spots in this sport so far. Lots of traffic, lots of pressure. Here's a layup by Ash. He's got 3, and a timeout this time by Jamarcus Williams, the Blue Jays head coach. That brings a rise to the Kelly faithful. with the Hawks trailing just by 1. We'll take a stoppage as well, just past the midway point of stanza 2. It's the first round of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament and wire-to-wire coverage on Aycorp Sports.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Mentioned earlier, this is the 14th meeting between Charleston and Kelly since the start of the 2011 season. The 13 previous meetings, 13 wins for the Blue Jays. They met January 7th of this past season. Charleston won that game 95-65. 3 of those previous 13 meetings have come in Christmas tournament play. 3 of the 13 previous meetings in district play. And 1 of those meetings in the 2021-22 season came at a state sectional. Blue Jays beat the Hawks 86-65 in that game.
Greg Simo Sports Zone with Drew and Dave, podcast focused on basketball every Monday. Join Andrew Moore and David Jenkins for insight into local high school basketball and maybe some other topics. Find them on Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts. And if you want to see them as well as hear them, check out the Simo Sports Zone YouTube channel.
Turnover by the Blue Jays, so the Hawks another chance to take another lead. They had a slim one a couple of minutes ago. It was short-lived. Charleston ballooned the lead back out to 5. Right now it's 1. Great find for an Avery Woolsey lay-in. And the Hawks do indeed reclaim the lead, 27-26.
That backdoor cut that I don't think is utilized often enough in the sport. And when it is, it's just a beauty to watch.
Shyland Henderson up top of the rock. Give it off to C.J. Kimball. Lane from downtown. In and out. Strong rebound by Grady Hall, who's had a good first half for the Hawks. He's scored 8. Another wide open Hawk by the basket. Ash has 5, and Kelly's got a 3-point lead.
They're making a living getting to the basket. Again, backdoor cut, yes. That just a cut down the lane, shed the defender and had a wide open look.
5th year for Jamarcus Russell as head coach of the Charleston Blue Jays. And Kimball's got his 2nd triple. He's got 6 to Nadas at 29s. Look out from behind at a back pick effort. Grady Hall instead, I thought, got fouled on the front side first. No, they call the trailer. Shyland Henderson for the reach, his first. Devin Hiring in his first season. He's a 2020 grad from Kelly High School. A just recent grad in 2024 from right here at SEMO. He takes over the position as head coach of the Kelly Hawks. You're 4 years out of a school that you went to and you immediately become their boys basketball head coach. Dernberger's got 9 and the lead back to 2. So maybe the start of a young, budding career as a head coach for Devin Hiring. First-year head coach of the Hawks. Into paint. Little floater doesn't fall for Henderson.
Well, how about trying to make your mark by taking a 12 seed to an opening round win?
No doubt. Another give up down to the post. This time, Charleston was ready for it, had better defense. Quickly the other way, but can't finish Henderson. 1 and done as the rebound comes to Dernberger. A minute to go in the half. Loose basketball. Charleston picked it up. Out ahead, Trenez Lane. And he's got 16. An official's stoppage. I think Brody Ash got hit in the mouth. Charleston has won this tournament 20 times. Their first ever one came in 1975. their most recent one in 2021. Since 2008, they've won 5 titles. Last year, they lost the 5th place game as the 3 seed. They got upset by number 6 Woodland in the quarters, beat Bell City, and then lost to the 4 Cape Notre Dame when they scored just 26 points in that 5th place game. Final 3/4 of a minute of the second. We're deadlocked at 31s. At least to this point, best game of the day so far. And free throws coming up for Lane Williams.
One of the rare times the shot inside came from a delivery into the post. Normally it's been put the ball on the floor, get there, or use the back cut to get there. That worked great. Got a good look. Couldn't convert, but got to the free throw line.
Lane Williams has his first point. Kelly's won this thing once, 1973. They're the 12 seed for the 2nd consecutive season. It's the first time they've been a double-digit seed since the 2018 tournament when they were the 11. Williams knocks down a pair. Last year, they were 2 and out off the 12 line, knocked out of the winner's bracket by Scott City and knocked out of the tournament by the 13 Delta, 96-69. The last time they made the winner's bracket semis was back-to-back seasons in 20 and 21. They lost the 3rd place game each of those years. Final 10 seconds of this first half. Henderson gets one to roll over and in. Now the final 5 of the half. Quickly checking the clock is Grady Hall. From the midcourt stripe, off window and no good, and we've decided nothing to recess. Charleston led by 1 at the end of 1. Kelly has tied it up at the half, 33 apiece in the 5-12 matchup. Game 5, day 1, Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us.
Glad you're with us for first round coverage of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament, brought to you in its entirety by Aycorp Sports. We are at the half of the 5-12 game to open up session 2 of day 1. Charleston, Kelly, 33 apiece after the Hawks trailed by 1 going to the second quarter. They outscore the Blue Jays by 1 in the second stanza, 17-16. Mike's got the first half numbers from a team perspective.
Look at the Blue Jays at first at 38%, 10 or 26 from the field. Terrific job by the Hawks shooting the ball, but again, they got to the paint, they got to the rim, shot 61%, 14 of 23. Charleston from three-point range, 5 of 10, 1 of 3. Your shooting numbers from deep for Kelly. Free throw line was important for Charleston as well. Three-point line and the free throw line, crucial to them being where they are in a tie game. 8 of 10 from the stripe, 4 of 7, that's 57% for the Hawks from the free throw line. Scoring off the bench, even up at 11 apiece. Turnovers also even at 11 apiece. Those are the team numbers that got us to a tie score at the intermission. Individually, Greg, that's you.
Ternez Lane had the first 2 points of the ball game on a technical foul free throw situation before we ever tipped off. He had 11 in the first quarter. He finished with a game high thus far, 16 through halftime. 6 for C.J. Kimball, 5 for Ajari Wells for Charleston, 4 from Shylan Henderson, and a free throw apiece from Artavius Biles and Tim Frazier. For Kelly, Tucker Dernberger off the bench leads the way with 9. Grady Hall has 8. It's Brady Ash with 5, 4 from Griffin Pass, a 3-ball from Landon Alexander, and a couple of points from Avery Woolsey and from Lane Williams. At the half, it's 33 all, Charleston and Kelly.
I don't want to do it, but I can't get away from it, so I'm going to do it. The longer this game stays really close, I go back to the pregame dunk that cost Kelly 2 points, as it turns out, before the game ever started. The longer it stays close, the more it stays in my head. I'm not saying that had anything to do with why we are where we are, how we are, but there are 2 points on the board that shouldn't have been there. And you can't just ignore the fact that they got the 2 points that they got. So I think regardless, if you're Kelly, you'd like for this to be decided by more than a 2-point outcome. It's just something that stayed with me.
On rim and free throws, this time for Tim Frazier on the opening possession. And Griffin Pass assessed his second. Start of the third, Frazier. He's 5 of 8 from the line for the season. 2 of 3 today. Charleston's Blue Jays 14 and 11 last year. You're talking about Puxico earlier. Frazier's got all 3 of his points from the foul line. These Blue Jays were bounced by Puxico in the district final last year. Puxico is the #1 seed, 67-42. And there's a travel as getting into a double team tie-up was Ash, and he couldn't do anything with it. The 2 years prior to that, they bowed out to New Madrid. Last year, 14 and 11. The year before that, 14 and 15. Every year since 2009, Charleston has finished the season with double digits in the win column. They had 29 wins one year, 28 another year, 27 another year, 31 and 2 back in 2012 when they won it all, beating Hogan Prep in the championship game 79-73. They have got state tournament pedigree in the last 15 years. They've got the rebound here off a Kelly miss. Frazier picked the ball off the window. Lane, 16 first half points. Floater doesn't go, rebounded by Landon Alexander. Kelly does not quite have that decorated of a past as the Charleston Blue Jays do historically. Trying to fight one up towards rim, and it goes for Grady Hall. That's his first non-layup field goal. He's got 10.
And because of those numbers and the things that have happened for the programs in state history, it just adds a little extra to what's going on here with that chance that Kelly has to maybe do something most thought they couldn't.
Treshawn Shandon with an and one. He's got his first points. Timeout. Kelly will keep it here. We're just underway in the third. Grady Hall assessed that last personal foul to send Shandon to the line when we resume action. Kelly went 7 and 20 last year, lost to Carruthersville, the top seed in the district semis, 83-71. They won 21 games in 2024. They were 21-6. That was the finale of a 5-year run of double digits in the win column. But preceding that, if you go back to 10 years prior, only 2 of those years had they double digits in the win column. And it got as bad as 0-14 in 2010.
And Greg, it's easy to look at schedules today where teams are constantly, high school teams playing 22 to 30 games, depending on tournament successes. If you're playing 25 and you're saying, well, they're reaching double digits, you're going, yeah, they're going 10 and 15. But there's times going back over that history that you didn't play as many games. And then secondly, some of these schools like Charleston have played up so many times that to win 10, 12, 13 was not easy. Then they knock out those 28 and 30 win seasons. You know what they're accomplishing then. I mean, they've got quite the history. There's no doubt the Blue Jays do. And from a perspective of Kelly and what they could accomplish if you could pull this thing off today, currently down by 3 with that made free throw. The longer they stay close, the longer, well, number one, Charleston starts to wonder. Number two, you'll gain a few of those extra fans if you can take it to the fourth and have a chance.
Charleston's last district title came 2 years ago. There's a blocking foul on the Blue Jays. Kelly's last district title came 4 years ago. They played in a sectional in 2022, finished out a 20-9 season, and lost to Charleston, 86-65. Tough baseline move. Alexander couldn't get it to fall through. And back to work come the Blue Jays. Little dipsy doodle in the paint. Won't fall, but a rebound putback. That doesn't go either. Henderson, or Alexander rather, grabbed it strong. And back with the basketball, the Kelly Hawks. They're off the 12 line. We've been status quo so far through day one. Top 4 seeds are safely into the quarterfinals. The 5 seed, Charleston, trying to join them. No question to this point, 2.5 minutes into a third quarter today, this the most competitive game thus far. And the shot clock runs out. It's our second shot clock violation of the day. And for those of you wondering, shot clock? They are playing with a shot clock in the tournament, 35 seconds per possession.
A defensive effort, the defensive execution on that last half-court trip was exquisite. That wasn't a shot clock violation because you lost track. It was because you couldn't find a chance to take a shot.
Shannon way off from 3. Putback doesn't go either. Avery Woolsey grabs it for Kelly. Brady Ash has to pick up the dribble and give it off to Grady Hall. Ash probing, lost the basketball, trying to get it back, but couldn't. Kelly turns it over. Blue Jays in the open floor. Henderson finger rolls to the basket. He's got 6.
Really good lead pass right there also from Lane. You'll see that pass messed up a lot. You'll either lead them too far or slow them down, put that right in stride.
5-point margin, back to 3 on that bucket from Griffin pass. You said good pass, and Griffin said, wait, you talking about me? Not yet, young man. No look swing pass over the top into the corner. Lane can't triple. Martavius Biles grabs over 3.5 rebounds a ball game. Grabbed that one. He went up and under, hung on a rim, and it fell off. Dernberger has it back for the Hawks and hounded and fouled to the backcourt by Trenez Lane.
It certainly has felt like, even prior to the shot clock violation against Kelly, the defensive intensity is a little different from the Blue Jays in the last couple of minutes. They are contesting everything, and when the ball handler turns back and tries to spin dribble, there is help all the time right now.
Dernberger somehow got in traffic from the front of the lane down to the basket. He's got 11. It's a one-penny game at 40-39. The 5 seed being tested in the first round of the 2025 Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Off window and off the mark from Dernberger. Here comes Shandon in a hurry. Nice spin move, ran into more traffic, and a blocking foul is going to put him on a foul line. Grady Hall committed that one, his second.
Easy for us to do from courtside with a different view. Probably easy for our viewers to do as well. You knew that spin move was coming. You knew that was the only way he was going to be able to make that move to the hoop. And as a defender, if you could have read it just a blink earlier, you draw the charge on that. But he was a tad late getting there.
Shandon misfires. Landon Alexander checks back into the Kelly lineup, replacing Avery Woolsey. Woolsey is having his left hand looked at. Two-point game, 5 minutes gone by, and stands with 3. Happy holidays to you. Hope you had a good Christmas. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves, and now the Hawks are in front. All of a sudden, Tucker Dernberger is leading the charge for the Hawks. Dernberger on a pogo stick for a loose basketball on the rebound, couldn't find it. Lane picked it up, flipped it up almost no-look style. It didn't go in, but he will get to the line.
I thought Lane Williams picks up that foul. I thought he played that pretty well, Greg. I thought hands up, the verticality that we hear so much about, I thought he did that well.
Trenez Lane misses at the foul line for the first time in a game. He had made 6 in a row. His first point of the second half ties us at 42s. 3 more coming your way tonight. Nice block at a backside and a lay-in attempt from Williams. Never got to the basket. Turned aside on the doorstep by Charleston, and the fingertip run out at the other end. Henderson left it on the rim. Coming up on 2 minutes to go in the third of a tight one. Underneath, open Dernberger. Great find from Landon Alexander. Dernberger's got 16.
They're doing a real good job now as the double team comes of quickly finding an open teammate. A couple of trips that double team came, they couldn't see through it and make a move.
Henderson has left a couple short on rim, including that one, but another foul, I would assume, on the Hawks. It's on Tucker Dernberger, his second. Hawks are over the limit, and so the Blue Jays back to the foul line, trailing by 2. 44-42. You've got Scott City and Advance coming after this one. That's followed by Bell City and Chaffee, the next 2 games up, and those 2 will piece together the bottom half of the bracket in its entirety. Martavius Biles on the foul line. Came into today on the season 5 for 6. He's 1 for 3. Missed another one. Still a margin of 2. And Grady Hall did everything he could to get that up towards the rim and give it a chance. He kind of scooped it up with 2 hands. Tim Frazier assessed his second personal.
And Charleston shot 19 free throws. Kelly is about to shoot their 8th and 9th. Usually a disparity like that puts a team in pretty good stead to be on top, and that's not the case. Kelly has the lead with the much fewer free throws attempted. However, Hawks are 19 of 32 from the field. You shoot at that rate, you can stay in most ball games. That's a 59% clip. Wow. By comparison, Charleston is shooting 32%. They're 12 of 38.
Massive difference.
So the stat sheet tells a whole lot of stories. One just continually contradicts the other.
Hall's got 11. Well, the law of averages would tell you that Kelly can't continue to shoot that for the whole game. To their credit, they've done it for nearly 3 quarters.
Yeah, both of those shooting percentage numbers tell you they probably wouldn't happen over 4 quarters.
Right. Hall's got a pair. Kelly's got a 4-point lead. The 12 is in front. Lane has had a quiet third. Nice ball fake by Shandon on a 3. Stripped on a way up. It's loose. It's underneath. Shannon got it towards the rim. Strong rebound effort by one guy from each club. Shandon and Griffin pass. We go to the arrow, and the Hawks own that.
Well, if you're watching us and you have basketball fans, friends, family out there, and they may not be in tune with what's going on, let them know that there's a really fun game happening at the Show Me Center in Cape Girardeau.
Loose ball and a Kelly turnover this time. C.J. Kimball's got it. Avoids contact. Lane with an offensive rebound and a foul underneath before that shot, but Hawks are over the limit with 1:10 to go in the third. It'll result in free throws anyway. Griffin pass picks up his third. That'll put Lane back at the line where he's been so good all day.
You're going to get to the free throw line as often as the Blue Jays have. That was free throw number 20, number 21 upcoming. They're 13 for 20 right now. That's not bad, but you would like to convert at a little higher rate.
10th free throw in the game for Lane. And after the defensive rebound by Avery Woolsey, he was called for traveling as he ended up on the ground.
He was a tad upset by the call, but it might have worked out just as well since it looked like it's trying to get rid of it. It was going to be a turnover.
Jari Wells misses. Grady Hall grabs it. So 2 missed free throws. Another empty possession to follow. Final 50 seconds of the third. All of that, and the Hawks lead by 4 with the ball. They wanted Dernberger. It's broken up. Here's Wells in transition the other way. He's got 4 maroon shirts around him. Missed the shot. Hall with another rebound, and this time he's pushed.
With both teams, as the game has progressed, being adamant about dribble drive to the paint, dribble drive to the rim. Been a lot of contact now as both teams try to navigate the lane. And it's kind of a, how much do you let go from an official's perspective? Generally speaking, they let most go. It's been very physical when you're handling the ball.
Ash with under a half a minute. Nice cross lane pass. Up and off from Grady Hall. He got a heck of a feed from Woolsey. Wow. C.J. Kimball, his third. Well, Charleston couldn't hit 2 free throws. We'll see what Grady Hall can do. He's 2 of 3 today.
I think sometimes it's as entertaining to watch fans as plays develop as it is to watch the game. You don't have the luxury that I have at times, but when that didn't go in, an entire section reacted exactly the same way on the Kelly side.
And now this time it's the Hawks that go 0 for 2 from the stripe. Final 16 of the quarter. Lane and to give up to Frazier, out for a 3 from Kimball. Off the mark offensive board for Wells. And dive it into the Charleston bench for a loose basketball is Avery Woolsey. It'll be possession Blue Jays.
Plenty of time to run a good set, get a good look.
Patient after the inbound. Another errant shot. Boy, Charleston, you mentioned the field goal percentage, Mike. It has gone down since you mentioned it, I feel like. We got a game to the 4th. And not only a game, the 12 is in front. Kelly leads Charleston by 4. 46-42. They held the Blue Jays to 9 points in the third quarter. The 4th is next on Aycorp Sports.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
Those Kelly Hawks are trying to steal the day one holiday headlines, looking for just their 5th first-round tournament win in the last 18 Southeast Missourian Christmas tournaments. They've got a 4-point lead to stanza 4.
Numbers shooting the ball through 3 quarters. Kelly, 19 of 33 from the field. Only 4 3-pointers attempted, made 2 of them, and they've gone 6 of 11 at the free throw line. Charleston, 12 for 43. 5 of 13 from deep and 21 free throw attempts. They've made 13 of them.
Well, that is a massive change. Charleston has attempted 10 more field goals, and even at that, made 7 fewer.
They're currently at 28% from the field.
Lane to start with the possession to open the 4th. Corner 3 doesn't go. The follow, though, does, and a foul as Ajari Wells has 7. And Wells adds another. He's got 8. That'll help the Charleston side of the ledger. Ash in the backcourt up the sideline, stepped on it and turned it over. Landon Alexander was guilty of that foul, his 2nd personal. Wells back with it again. Plays catch on perimeter with Lane. Charleston has won 13 straight against Kelly, and Ajari Wells has come out and stuck 6 straight on the board for the Blue Jays to put them in front by 2.
The response from Kelly will be huge here. You went over to your huddle at the end of 3, feeling really good up by 4, and in less than 40 seconds, your 4-point lead is a 2-point deficit.
Wells with that foul. Dernberger at the other end can't finish. This time an offensive rebound for Ash. He's tied up, stripped. It's loose. Ash laying on it, and a timeout called by first-year head coach Devin Hiring of the Kelly Hawks to preserve a possession after the offensive rebound. It'll be a 30. We'll keep it here, not even a minute into the 4th. Smart move there. Plenty of timeouts each way in a 2-point game early in the 4th.
What a start to the quarter for Ajari Wells, though. To come out and get the conventional 3-point play, then hit the 3-pointer. The sophomore has stepped up in a big way in the first minute of this 4th quarter. Kind of feels like he tilted the momentum a lot. And the next couple of possessions for Kelly become very important possessions as you try to keep that, if nothing else, mentally stay with it, not, we were up by 4, now we're down by 2. To me, the approach is we're the 12th seed and we're down by 2 with 7:04 to go. How many 12 seeds over the years would have come into the gym, come into this venue, and if you come up and said, all else fails, we're just start put right now 7:04 on the clock, 1 quarter to play, you're down by 2, would you take it? Most of them would have. So that's where they are now. They can't worry about where they were a minute ago.
Bad inbounds pass right out of the timeout as a turnover. And again, it's Wells. He has owned the opening minute of the 4th quarter. Charleston has regained the lead by 2, looking for Wells and a one-timer back to the point. Now it's Shandon for 3. It's off the mark. A Wells rebound and another Blue Jay possession. Lane this time double clutches at a blocking foul on Kelly, and nothing has gone right for the Hawks here to start the 4th. Dernberger his 3rd. Trenez Lane. 7 for his first 10 from the line today. He makes that one. That's his first point in the second half after a 16-point first half. Backcourt pressure by the Blue Jays. Kelly did a pretty good job of this in the first half. I mentioned they were comfortable in seemingly uncomfortable basketball situations. That backcourt pressure was a lot of that discussion. Hall, left side of the paint, left that one short. He was so good early. Home run ball the other way to Kimball. Spins down the lane, too strong, no good. Rebound almost came to him. He was sitting on the ground. Instead, it belongs to Kelly.
Yeah, that move just a moment ago down the lane by Hall was exactly what he converted on time after time in that opening half. Had the exact same move and shot there, just left it a little bit short.
Dernberger over the stripe. Ash lost it on the way to the basket. Lane in a one-on-one with Hall. Hall got the block and knocked it out of bounds. What a job by the senior Grady Hall. Wow.
It's the most famous chase block I've ever seen.
In high school basketball.
Okay, today.
Today. Kimball from distance. And the ball back. Up and under move by Wells. No. Hall says, all right, I'll do it myself, and takes the rebound away. Tries to go through Wells to no avail. Wells to the basket, no. Another offensive rebound. The putback is good. It's Trenez Lane. It is all Charleston in the fourth quarter. In less than 2.5 minutes, not only have they erased a 4-point deficit, they have outscored Kelly 13-0. Holy Toledo. 55-46, what a turnaround. And Mike, they've done a lot of it with backcourt pressure that, again, wasn't giving the Hawks much trouble in the first half.
Terrific defense. I talked in the third quarter about how it looked like they had ramped up the defensive intensity just a little bit in that third quarter. Well, it didn't pay dividends then, but I think the constant pressure and the constant go at the ball handler particularly. I think it's on-ball pressure that's been the issue, and it's been taking away the dribble, and then when you pick up the dribble, there's no passing lane. Earlier in the game, when they got double-teamed, the Hawks did a great job of figuring out double-teamed, okay, somebody else is cutting, they're open, and they found that open teammate. Been a lot more difficult to even see where your teammates are cutting and moving to, much less find them and hit them with an open pass.
Scott City and Advance next up in the 6 o'clock game. We still have 5:38 to go in the fourth quarter at 5:38 p.m. here in this Friday. Dernberger takes the inbound. Kelly's going to have to do a better job of valuing the basketball. Good on-ball pressure. They don't value it here. Wells, another rip away. 13 for the sophomore Wells. Another steal. Wells again in the open floor. How about two more for Wells? He has been a fourth quarter game changer. Turnover Kelly. Just giving Dernberger fits.
They had 4 turnovers at the half. They're up to 11 in the contest. And Greg, 3 or 4 of those have come in the last minute and a half. It just, everything that you fear when you play a team that defends like this Blue Jays team is capable of defending, everything you fear has all come to fruition at the start of the fourth quarter. It just wrapped into one 3-minute and 54-second segment. Everything that you don't want to have happen when you play this team has happened. And to Charleston's credit, they found that different level. and they tilted the game on its head defensively. And coaches want these athletes to buy into defense so much, and it's not fun. I don't know any basketball player. I love those defensive drills. I love it when the coach puts the ball in the rack and says, we're just going to work on defense. But you see in this game how much it can alter a contest. And I know we're sitting at 5:06 to go, but I don't think there's many people watching or that are here that see a turnaround going the other way that we just saw go Charleston's way. Now, can the Blue Jays just continue that intensity and just ramp it up and continue to add to and just completely put this away?
Well, they've continued it for the almost entire first 3 minutes of this fourth quarter, and we get an offensive foul before the ball even comes in. I think Tim Frazier wrapped two arms around a guy to screen somebody, and he got called for his third. Dernberger checked out before the last timeout in exchange for Brody Ash. Kelly has just not been able to hang on to the basketball here in this fourth quarter. Left-hand baby hook from Alexander doesn't find a home. Shannon's got the rebound. Mr. Fourth quarter, and Wells. It hangs on front rim and falls in. 17 for Wells.
Well, that was a tough shot in traffic. Wells is on a roster sheet at 5'6", and he didn't care there.
Hall. Another turnover as the intended target, Avery Woolsey, slipped and fell down. Dernberger coming back in, Alexander out. 61-46. The lead is 15 when 3:33 ago, Charleston trailed by 4. Some kind of resurrection by the Blue Jays.
And I think you could make an argument, and it's not, I don't even think it would be arguable if somebody wanted to try to come back against you. Charleston's best offense in this fourth quarter has come when they didn't have the ball.
I agree.
They transitioned defense to their offense is what they did. So many of the shots and baskets that they've scored in this quarter have come off of steals, the live ball turnover. The coaches, when it's against you, it is an absolute disastrous occurrence.
It's maddening.
Because coaches have told us so many times, much rather us travel or just throw it into the seats. At least do something that gives me a chance to get back and set. And these turnovers in this quarter have continually been the live ball variety that we had it stolen from us. We threw it away. The play continues, and they're running out with numbers. And it's happened continually, and it's been some defensive fourth quarter effort.
It's been full court, back court pressure. It's been double teams repeatedly after the Hawks come over the timeline. The live ball variety turnovers that you're talking about. Trenez Lane, 2 more. 22 for him. Kelly is still empty in the quarter, and we've played half the fourth. They led by 4 through 3. There's that double team straitjacket as soon as they cross the timeline. Again, Wells, 2 more for him. Kelly's got no answer for Ajari Wells. Pressure at the timeline. That's what it's been. If it's not full court pressure off an inbound, it's been right at the center stripe.
And you funnel the ball handler across the timeline. The perfect world is you do it across the timeline and in the corner, either of the corners, to create extra defenders. But with their double and even triple teaming at times after you cross the timeline, they're effective to do it. It doesn't have to be in the corners.
4th personal on Tim Frazier, that last exchange. 3.5 remaining in the fourth. Short on that shot, Grady Hall. Kelly's field goal percentage coming back to reality. This time the Blue Jays can't finish. Hall, a third of the way down the paint, connects. First points of the fourth quarter for the Kelly Hawks, and an inbound violation for Charleston this time. Hawks get a sort of bonus possession. But the horse is out of the barn at 65-48. with just 3:12 to go. 23 fourth quarter points for Charleston. 2 for the Hawks. Lane with 24, 8 of those in the second half. And Mike, other than they just tried and it wasn't working, as Grady Hall lays it in from the left side, he's got 16. There was nothing to say that the start of the fourth quarter was coming. I mean, they had done some of the defensive things that were being successful in the fourth quarter earlier. They just weren't being successful.
I felt like there was some level. It wasn't anything different in terms of game plan. Intensity ramped up. About midway through the third is when I really felt it. It didn't have immediate results in terms of forced turnover, run out.
Right.
But I felt it, and I think Kelly was feeling it in that third quarter. But no, you didn't see that coming at the start of the fourth.
Shandon on perimeter. He'll turn it over. Bounce pass up ahead. A little helter-skelter. And the shot by Wolseley is blocked. Baseball pass the other way, all the way to Kimball, and he's hacked. Fouled by Griffin pass, his fourth. Well, we have had some highlights here on day one of this tournament. The offensive explosion for Woodland, the 2 seed, putting 92 on the board. But the start of this fourth quarter for Charleston ranks right up there. C.J. Kimball can't convert. He'd only taken 2 free throws all year, made 1 of them prior to that one. And now makes 1 of 2 today. He's got 10. Third Blue Jay to double digits. 68-50. Still continue to have an issue with the floor, where one of those Kelly Hawks kind of slipped and fell down earlier. They tend to that behind your shot. 68-50, Charleston by 18.
If they keep the building cool like they've been able to do most of the day, Greg, it's abnormally muggy and sticky. And I was sitting here just a moment ago, got a notification from my Wi-Fi thermostat at home that said your humidity levels have reached, high enough levels. Do you need to check your devices? And I thought, wow, you wouldn't expect to get that at this time of year.
Wolseley from 3, and he's got 5. Timeout Kelly, but they're down by 15. We'll take one of our final in-game breaks of this one with $1:51 to go in the fourth quarter. Charleston, a remarkable start of the fourth quarter turnaround on Aycorp Sports.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Back inside the Show Me Center, Greg Allen, Mike Reeves. Don't miss a moment beyond today's game. Subscribe to cmoball.com for full access to stories, scores, teams, and players that you care about, from high school to the pros. New subscribers throughout the tournament save 30% at cmoball.com. 1 Jackson, 2 Woodland, 3 Cape Central, 4 Cape Notre Dame have all advanced in the bracket. 5 seed Charleston is a minute 51 away from cementing their name into the quarterfinals. If you look at the score now, 68-53, it's certainly comfortable. It was anything but through 3 quarters. The Blue Jays trailed by 4 going to the fourth.
They erased that in less than a minute, that 6-0 individual and team run that occurred with Ajari Wells. And he just continued to roll through it as the beneficiary of some of the defensive steals and runouts.
Jackson Hiring comes off the bench and commits his first personal. C.J. Kimball, 10 points today, averages 2.3. He's got 11. Margin is 16 with 1:49 to go. Stays there after the miss, but Wells with an offensive rebound. And traveling in the paint. Treshawn Shandon had lots of traffic around him, but up by 16 with under 2 to go. A Herculean effort it would take for Kelly here. And massive collapse for the Blue Jays. Wild off window from pass, and a backcourt foul as Wells ended up with a rebound. Brody Ash with his second.
Well, the end of game commit foul down and try to get back in the game. You've dubbed it foul and hope, if I remember your terminology. There's a lot that has to come into play before that is a viable way to try to go about it. I don't feel like with 1:29 to go in this one, the foul and hope is going to have any impact on the winner of this basketball game.
Nope. Wells goes 1 of 2. Hawks with the rebound, pass at an outlet, nearly turned over. Yeah, you've got to employ the foul and hope when there still is some margin of hope. And down 17 with 80 seconds to go, Hope has long left the building. Hall 18. It was an absolutely brilliant first 3 quarters for the Kelly Hawks. There's no question.
They had taken care of the ball.
They shot it extremely well.
They shot well because they got to the rim and they got to the paint. And then things started to be more difficult for them. At one point, they were 19 of 33. They're now 4. Okay, they're 4 for their last 9. Doesn't sound so bad. But they've only had 9 shots since we talked about them being. They can't get anything on rim because they can't get the ball into the half court a lot of the time. And even, Greg, as you talked about, when they got to half court, that wasn't the end of the pressure.
Right.
That didn't end it. Every so often you get a team that if you can break into their half, they'll kind of settle. No. I think it got sometimes more intense once you cross the timeline.
Trayvon Williams misses a pair. Another offensive rebound. Williams in the paint again. He's going back to the line again. And that one's on Landon Alexander.
You and I talked a little bit during the break between sessions that we ought to see more competitive games in the evening session. We had the chance for that. Well, through 3 quarters, we more than got our wish on that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Final score won't be indicative of what we saw through 3.
Williams makes 1 of 4 in 2 trips to the foul line. His first point. Those are his first free throws taken this year, and now it's the Blue Jays' turn to foul the Hawks. Treshawn Shandon with his second.
Scott City and Advance coming your way after this one. Bell City Chaffee follows that. Delta Leopold wraps up day 1 from here at the Show Me Center.
Final minute of the 4th quarter of the 5th game on day 1. Short arming that shot, Brody Ash. Shandon in the open floor. And Williams gonna dish it back out, and down by 16. First-year head coach Devin Hiring is finally gonna give up the ship for the Kelly Hawks.
There's a lot that his ball club could take positive from what they did through the 3rd quarter, and then a lot of learning to take place from what happened in the 4th quarter.
Griffin pass fouls out with 46.1 to go in the ball game. Lane misses a free throw. Well, with Trenez Lane's first half, 16 points. Ajari Wells' fourth quarter in the first 4 minutes. And then a number of solid athletic plays in between. That's enough for Charleston to come back from 4 down to start the fourth. Noah Vetter's going to commit a foul. It is a 16-point game with a half a minute to go.
And some of these free throws obviously are the result of kind of the game as it drags to a close. But coming up, these shots will be free throws 37 and 38.
Kimball's 5th and 6th. Kimball's now 2 of 5 in the game.
Of those 38 free throws, they've made 23 of them.
Turnover, Kelly. 2 on nobody. Wells going to keep this one. 22 for him. NBA shot clock to go in his fourth quarter. An anticlimactic finish when we were anything but through 3. Trenton Brashear lost it. Wells another takeaway. Looks up 4. Finds Lane. Tries to jackhammer one home but can't. Another offensive rebound. And Charleston gets out of Dodge with a 20-point win. 75-55. Kelly scored 22 points in the second half. Charleston scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. It's 75-55, your final. The top 5 seeds are all safe into the quarterfinals as Charleston has won 14 consecutive head-to-head against the Kelly Hawks. 75-55 in round 1 of this year's Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. We're back after these messages on Aycorp Sports.
This is us.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Charleston with a late rally. How about a fourth quarter advantage of 33-9 to overcome a 4-point deficit and beat Kelly 75-55. Let's jump into the numbers from this one. Individual first, Charleston in the game was led by 21 points from Ajare Wells. He had 16 of those in the second half. I'm sorry, he did not lead the team, though. Trinez Lane did that with 27 points, 11 of those coming in the second half. After that, they get 7 from Shyland Henderson, 3 points from Tim Frazier, 3 points also from Trayshawn Shandon, and 2 points from Trayvon Williams. Kelly, they were led by 16 points from Grady Hall. They also got 16 from Tucker Dernberger. After that, balanced scoring is Brody Ash scores 7, 6 points from Griffin Pass, 5 points from Avery Wolseley, 3 points to Landon Alexander, and 2 from Lane Williams. The team numbers, 38% from the field for Charleston on 23 of 60, 53% for Kelly, but they took 17 fewer shots, going 23 of 43. Three-point shooting, 7 of 16 for the Blue Jays, 44%, 3 of 6 for the Hawks. Free throw line was a huge story as Charleston was there 37 times, making 22 for 59%, 6 of 11 for Kelly. That is 55%. Winners earlier today, Jackson, Woodland, Cape Central, Cape Notre Dame. Charleston joins that list. 3 games remaining coming up in a few moments. Scott City Advance, then Bell City Chaffee, Delta Leopold to wrap up the night. We're going to be a tad behind schedule as this Scott City Advance game was scheduled for 6 o'clock. We're going to roll that closer to 6:15. All of it right here on Aycorp Sports. We'll take a break, come back, and then we'll get the scene set for the 6th game of the day and the 2nd of the evening session. We'll do that after this on Aycorp Sports.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter, the first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
We are into the second session of day one of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament alongside Mike Reeves. I am Greg Allen along with Aycorp Sports bringing you wire-to-wire coverage of the tournament. This is day one, game 6. Number 6, Scott City takes on the Hornets of Advance, the number 11 seed. Everything has been chalk thus far. The 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 seeds are all through into the tournament quarterfinals, and we'll play again tomorrow. Our first actual matchup that we know for certain, 4 versus 5 to wrap up the day tomorrow at 9 p.m. Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston. We'll introduce you to the particulars here from this one in just a moment. SEMO Sports Zone with Drew and Dave. Our podcast is focused on basketball. Every Monday, join Andrew Moore and David Jenkins for insight into local high school basketball, maybe some other topics as well. You can find them on Amazon Music, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and to see them as well as hear them, check them out at SEMO Sports Zone's YouTube channel. Scott City, the 6th seed Rams are 5-1, led by 16th-year head coach Mark Dannenmuller. The lineup for the Rams: Caden Lowry, a 6'2 junior. Chase Knight, a junior at 5'10. 6'3 junior Max Snyder. Braden Walton, a 6'5 junior. And Carter Berger, a senior at 6'3. For Advance, the 11 seed, they're 3-3, led by first-year head coach Ethan Barr. Caleb Henson, a senior at 5'10. 6'2 senior Drake Ford. Hunter Rogers, a 6'1 senior. Jamison Hamlin, a 6'1 senior. And Brody Rogers, a junior at 6'6". Advance in the black and orange. Scott City in the white with blue and yellow trim. The Rams with the basketball to open things up. Great to have you with us on this day after Christmas, a holiday tradition here in Cape Girardeau at the Show Me Center. 6th game of the day. The last one, if you're just joining us, the 12 seed Kelly led by 4 to quarter 4, and then the world imploded. Basket and a foul. And Advance Brody Rogers, his first. Braden Walton averages 19.8 a game and has 3 to open this one up. He's a 66% shooter at the foul line.
I will say that the game just completed. That's as fast as I've seen a game turn. I've seen games turn before, we all have, but that was incredible how quick it happened.
Braden Walton on perimeter. Scott City coming in here has won 3 straight. They followed a 66-58 neutral site loss to the Farmington Knights. It's our 3rd shot clock violation of the day, with wins over Kelly, who we just saw, 74-45, New Madrid and Greenville. They opened this season with wins over St. Pius, 99-52, and Oran, 86-55. Advance comes in, splitting their 6 games. They played in the Oran Invitational. There's an open jumper, good from Caden Lowry. He averages 18.2 a game. Boy, what a nice combo Lowry and Braden Walton are together. They combined to average 38 per contest. Advance beat Westwood Baptist in the first game of that Oran Invitational, lost to Chaffee, beat Richland, and then regular season back-to-back losses to Bell City and that really good Puxico team you mentioned earlier, and are coming off a 63-56 win over Bloomfield a week ago. Down the lane, on rim from Max Snyder, no good, but the putback follow is good. Carter Berger, he's nearing double figures, his average nearly at 9, a contest at 8.8. And a 7-0 hit to start the game in favor of the 6-seeded Rams. And the ball back as well for Snyder all the way, and the take to the basket, no good. Rebounded by Hunter Rogers. Brody Rogers on the move. Now baseline for Advance. Left wing three for the first points from Hunter Rogers. 37% for Hunter Rogers from beyond the arc. 12.5 points per ball game. This is the 6-11 matchup. We're a little behind on day one. Not too shabby. This is the 6 o'clock game scheduled. Called about 13 minutes, 14 minutes off schedule. Rifle pass underneath, but Caden Lowry couldn't finish. One and done as the Hornets get the ball back. Still love the snow-capped scoreboard on our graphic box for you. Tyler Lassiter on the graphics for you on Aycorp Sports. Trying to go back-to-back from downtown. Rogers can't. And right in front of us, Rogers trying to shut off the dribbler Caden Lowry, and instead called for a block. That's the first on Hunter Rogers, second foul of the game.
Greg, we had talked earlier, we were talking about the Class 2 districts and District 3. Advance is a team that's going to be in that one. We mentioned they play in Bloomfield. That volleyball weekend, I don't think you ever got to go to Bloomfield inside the gym, did you?
I dropped off my broadcast partner at the time, Matt Sharp, and then I headed to Bernie.
And came back to pick him up.
I did. That's what happened.
It's a really neat facility. Lots of excitement there during this Bloomfield tournament that's taking place this week with basketball that, of course, you can also watch on the Aycorp network.
Max Snyder with the personal foul, his first. That was the trek. We both had state playoff volleyball to call. He in Bloomfield, I in Bernie. And we'll give you a little behind the scenes on how the radio world works. There's an offensive foul on Brody Rogers. You remember radio? It predated all this live video streaming of high school sports. I don't know if anybody remembers it anymore. That was the day that I packed up at Bernie, had to rip the equipment apart, get in the car, and get back on the air on a 5-minute stretch. And I did the post-game show while driving down the road to go pick him up in Bloomfield from Bernie, so I didn't have to just sit there, kill time, and make him wait longer.
And this was the day prior to real reliable cell service, so
Yeah,
you took a chance.
I did. I knew I was taking a chance, too. It actually worked out pretty well.
Well, Bloomfield's the host of the district that will see Bismarck, Crystal City, Oak Ridge, St. Vincent, Valley Catholic, and Valley Caledonia.
Takeaway by Braden Walton. All the way to the rim, lays it home. Walton's got 5. And it's a 9-3 Scott City advantage with 3:14 to go in the first.
Correct those teams. My phone moved on me. Advance, Bernie, Bloomfield, Chaffee, Charleston, Orion, and Puxico. We talked about that district earlier when we were watching Charleston play, but I get very interested starting about this time of year in trying to see how all these districts play out. That's why you and I have talked. I tend to always have that information. I want to look at it just because the state, through no fault of their own, there's so many times that you get districts that have like 3 legitimate state champion qualifiers are playing in one district. And you're like, okay, those 2 of those 3 don't get a chance. And so I always like to look to see who's where and what your path might be, because it does make a difference. In the area in which we worked in, Farmington's boys one year, and nothing against their team whatsoever. If anybody from that area is tuned in, and hopefully you are. But their trip to the Final Four that year just happened to be it fell perfectly with the way the districts and everything were lined out in the state. I don't think that was their most talented team they've ever had, but it was a state Final Four team because they took advantage of a very favorable bracket. To their credit, they took advantage of it.
Advance on offense here, down by half a dozen, under 3 minutes to go first quarter. Well, that Class 2 District 3 bracket in Bloomfield that you're talking about, now that we've gotten into this Christmas tournament a little bit and discussed some of these teams and the Bloomfield Christmas tournament going on and discussing those teams, should we just anoint Puxico and Charleston as the district championship finalists right now and sort of let them go at it?
I think a lot of people are going to believe that that's going to be the direction it's going to go, and there's a lot of reason to think that it might indeed be that. And, you know, records being whatever records are, Chaffee is 5-2. I don't know much about what they're bringing to the table, but I think what you said is probably a fair way to assess it. And we've got 2.5 months to get to there, or I guess a little less than that.
That last foul on Drake Ford on Advance and the ensuing bucket by Braden Walton. Here's a nice move to the basket by Morgan Swinford for the Hornets. He averages 5.2 a contest. And it's an 11-5 game. Well, 7 straight to start this one on the way of the Rams side of the ledger. Advance has weathered the early storm and settled in here a little bit, still trailing by 6. Under 2 remaining opening quarter. 6th game of 8 on day 1. 3-point shot is off the mark, but an offensive board for Jamison Hamlin. Hamlin swings it to Rogers. You say Rogers for Advance, and 3 guys look up. Drake Rogers, Hunter Rogers, Brody Rogers. 2 are brothers. Brody is the cousin. So don't just say, hey, Rogers. That one falls off. And Drake Ford collects the board. Scott City off to a brilliant 5-1 start. They went 23-4 last year. They lost to the top seed Woodland in the championship of the district by a penny, 50-49. Back-to-back 20-plus win seasons for Mark Dannenmuller. Has been there a while, 16 years, the head coach. Boy, in the paint and can't finish Hamlin. And with 50 seconds left, Scott City has the ball back.
Do Brody, Hunter, and Drake all live in the same neighborhood? Just couldn't avoid it.
You'll have to ask Mister. Half a minute remaining in the first. Runner to the rack, and it falls off for Walton. Rebounded by Advance's Swinford. Boy, those back-to-back 20-plus win seasons followed an 11-15 year. That doesn't really fit in there, that 11-15 season 3 years ago when they were a first-round district exit for the Rams. Final 9 seconds of the first. Advance holding for the final shot, down 6. They can cut it in half with a triple. Clock, though, is of issue at 2. Now they just have to hope, chuck, and pray, and didn't get a good look. 11-5 at the end of 1. Scott City leading the Hornets of Advance. 6 in front of an 11 here in the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament, brought to you in its entirety by Aycorp Sports.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
Scott City and Advance. Hornets 3-3. They went 7-17 last year. They were a first-round district exit to the 2-seed Charleston, 83-47. 6-21 the year before that. That followed 4 straight 20-plus win campaigns for the Hornets. They went a combined 88-23 in 4 years. And only won 1 district title. That came in 2023 when they went 23-7, lost to Principi in the sectionals. Underway in quarter 2.
What we were talking about earlier, that so many times there are really good teams that are matched against other really good teams year after year in district play. And sometimes some quality programs don't ever get a chance to win a district.
Advance shot clock expires. That's the second time in this game it's run out on the Hornets. Scott City coming off the 6th line this year. It's their second best starting position since 2017. They were the 5 a year ago when they beat Kelly. They've won their first round game each of the last 3 years. Last year they lost in the tournament semis by 10 to the number 1 seed Jackson. They lost the 3rd place game to the 6th seed Woodland, 81-76. Wraparound pass on the interior, unable to finish on the first attempt, but Jackson Gloth is right there for the putback. Gloth had been injured to start the season. He played his first game of the year Monday against Greenville, had 4 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. There's a good finish inside by Morgan Swinford. Both his buckets have come right at the rim. He's got 4.
I've always thought one of the harder things to do, any sport, but is to join mid-season, regardless how far you are into the season. Your teammates have already got things going, you know, you kind of, and then you got to find a way to come in and fit into that. Sounds like his first game, he was right there.
Minute 40 gone by in the second. Swinford out of traffic, out for a Hunter Rogers 3-ball that's a little bit short. Braden Walton secures the rebound. Scott City, kind of on average in this tournament, as that one's knocked out of bounds by the Hornets, has averaged around the 7, 8, 9 seed every year since 2017. They've been the 11, they've been a 5, they've been a 13, they've been a 6. Somewhere in that 7, 8, 9 range they've sort of averaged. Last year they beat Kelly and Cape Notre Dame before that semifinal loss to Jackson. Teardrop floater good for Caden Lowry. And a timeout called by Scott City. Their only title for the Rams came in 1999. So they've won this tournament once. They have not made it to the championship game in any season since 2008. And they're on a 3-year run of at least first-round victories.
Well, Greg, one thing that I've always thought more from a distance, because our schedule hasn't allowed us to be at the Show Me Center for the tournament, but we followed it closely. It's felt like year after year after year after year that at least one team was playing here that had legitimate, we can win the state championship feel to them. This year, I don't know that we have that right at this minute, because as good as Jackson, I think they are, they're in Class 6. And it is awfully hard to win the state championship in Class 6.
There's some big dogs in Class 6.
Yes.
Turnover Advance out of that 30-second timeout. Rams get the ball back. Advance has won this tournament 3 times, most recently in 2000. They won it 2 times in 3 seasons, but back in the tournament's infancy, 1956 and 1958. There's a putback by Max Snyder for his first 2. He averages 13 a ball game, 45% shooter from the floor. I mean, 56 and 58, my partner was still in high school back. That was a long time ago.
It was before high school. It was BC, before conception.
I don't think that's what BC means.
Oh, okay.
You changed it nicely, but I really don't think that's what that means.
The first year they would have played this that I would have been on Earth would have been 1963.
Three ball doesn't fall for Lowry.
I don't think my parents brought me here as a 2-month-old, but I can't rule it out. Maybe.
Drake Rogers, he will connect from distance. 33% three-point shooter for Drake Rogers, who only averages 1.7 points a game. Hornets trying to avoid a third straight first-round exit from the winner's bracket. Chase Knight able to go reverse with 4.3 his per-game scoring, and Scott City's out to an 11-point lead at 21-11. Hornets this year, the 11 best seed they've been in 3 years. That three off the mark, and the rebound down to Carter Berger. They won their first round game in 21 and 22, went to the tournament semis in 22, and got roasted by #1 Cape Central 88-36. They lost the ensuing third place game to the 2 seed Charleston 84-55. Berger's now got 4 points, and the lead of Bakers does. Another three-ball heave. Rebound saved by Advance, and knocked out of bounds by the Rams.
I'd made note my parents probably didn't bring me here at 2. I know they didn't bring me here. They opened this place in the summer of 1987.
That's an interesting nugget. 87?
I graduated from SEMO in 86, and I remember that it was under construction.
Three-pointer in and out by Hamlin. This building does not, we've been here a bunch of times for different events. Here's a nice runner by Chase Knight. It does not have the feeling of a building that's as old as 1987.
I agree. I think they've done a wonderful job of keeping it,
wow,
you know, feeling like an updated modern facility.
15 to margin, approaching 3 minutes to go in the half. And a dribble drive penetration that's going to be waved off. A foul before the shot. Jamison Hamlin, I believe, yes, his first. First club foul on the Hornets in stanza 2. Knight connects again. Well, Scott City is getting way too many looks right at the rim as far as the Hornets are concerned, and Advance has been trying to shoot plenty from deep, and they haven't been going in. Swinford gets on the interior, missed that one. Only white shirts there for the rebound grab by Lowry. Along with 18.2 points a ball game, Lowry averages 7.3 rebounds a game.
What Scott City's done best of all. Yeah, they've shot it well. They're shooting, they've made 13 of 18 shots. Again, they've got, but I know it's not the same intensity, it's not the same pressure, but with 2:41 to go in the second quarter, they have 1 turnover.
Wow.
Now, they've only forced 4. It's not been an exceptionally intense game. Is that a good way to put it? It's been rather half court. Both teams just had to settle in. Not nearly as frenetic as we saw Charleston wanted to play, especially in that fourth quarter.
1 of 2 at the line for Lowry. He's got 5. Well, I have been doing this a long time with you and know very much your rule of what makes a game more watchable. Shoot it well. Don't turn it over, right? Those are 2 of the 3 rules.
Crucial. If you do those 2 things.
And don't have a lot of free throws.
And just not a lot of fouls committed either way.
Here's a takeaway by Scott City and a run out to the basket. Glass and good for Jackson Gloth, who's got 4. So you're telling me this game has 5 combined turnovers and 3 combined free throws.
Thus pace good, and we'll get back on schedule.
Very watchable, and on cue a foul on Scott City.
And if that continues over 4 quarters of a basketball game, you talked a moment ago about we're a little behind schedule. Again, nothing dramatic, but our game that was scheduled for 6 started a tad after that. You'll get back on schedule fast if all those things continue for a full 4 quarters of basketball.
Caleb Henson misfires from distance. Rebound to Chase Knight. And a ball knocked into the Advance bench, and one of the assistant coaches goes with it. It'll stay Ram possession.
Now, I'll be honest, if I had to pick one of those to not happen and still keep a decent flow to the game, I think the poor shooting you can overcome and still have a good flow. You can be shooting it poorly if the other two things are okay.
Oh, there's a ball lobbed into the stands by Chase Knight. I got to think that just slipped out of his hands. Winner will get Cape Central in the 7:30 game tomorrow night. That's the second to last game.
We'll take full responsibility for that pass.
Yeah, that was
we were
on
talking
us.
about how clean it's been. That was all on us. Sorry about that.
Loser gets Meadow Heights at noon tomorrow. We're under a minute 40 remaining in the half. Advance just struggling from perimeter.
1 of 7, Greg, from three-point range.
That's struggling. To the baseline tonight, right at the rim. That shot actually blocked, but nice rebound tipped by Gloff on purpose to a teammate. Crashing the boards on the offensive putback is Hunter Speakman, and the freshman has his first Christmas tournament points on a rebound putback. That was pretty. Advance has been stuck on 10 for quite some time. That foul on Leland Kennedy. Speakman, no dice at the foul line, and the ball out of bounds to the Hornets. 6 leads in 11. Looking to continue the trend with the favorites prevailing on day one. Leland Kennedy got loose down low but couldn't finish on the interior this time. And then a bad pass in the backcourt. Caleb Henson took that away. He fumbled the ball, though, and lost it out of bounds with 54.5 seconds to go in the half. Other than the 8-9, since that's arguably supposed to be the most competitive game of the day based on seeds, did you have a game you were most looking forward to today?
Honestly, was starting my interest right here because I'd heard a couple of things that led me to believe that this would be a little more competitive than it's been through the first half. And after that, I had trouble knowing enough about the Bell City Chaffee matchup, and I couldn't find a lot of information. So 8-9 was obvious, and it's hard to get away from that one as being the one.
Right.
If I was going to pick one. This one, though, for a couple of people I talked to said, hey, that may be a better game than you think. And so far, competitive-wise, it has not been.
22-point working margin for the favored 6th seed in the Rams of Scott City. We saw Scott City a couple years ago in a district tournament played in Fredericktown. Lob into traffic, tough ask for Lowry. Couldn't finish once, couldn't finish twice, couldn't get it a third time, and it's out of bounds to the Rams. Well, truth be told, if you're wondering, who are these guys talking today, by the way? We've spent the last 24 years, Mike and I, together, primarily calling games in the Park Hills, Farmington area, a lot of times committed to the Central Christmas Tournament in Park Hills. Didn't get a chance to come down here because of that. But we ran into a number of these teams, obviously, in 24 years. You're going to see a bunch of teams. Lowry trying for a third time. He'll finally convert. He's got 7. And that will end the half. And Advance ends the half, stuck on 10. 34-10 at the break. It'll be an uphill battle for the Hornets in half 2. Intermission in game 6 on day 1 of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. And you've got it locked on to Aycorp Sports.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Halftime inside the Show Me Center. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves in a ball game that sees Scott City lead 34-10.
The numbers from that first half, Rams were really good from the field, making 16 of 23 shots, 4 of 11 for Advance. 3-point shooting, just 3 attempts for the Rams. They made 1 of those, 2 of 8 from downtown for Advance. And at the free throw line, not many attempted, just 4. All of them by the Rams, and they made 1 of those 4. Turnover numbers, 5 turnovers were committed by Advance and 3 by Scott City. Your scoring leaders for Scott City, they got 9 points from Braden Walton, a balanced attack, 7 from Caden Lowry, 6 points for Chase Knight, 4 points for Carter Berger, along with Jackson Gloth. They would get 3 points in the opening, 2 points in the opening half from Hunter Speakman and from Max Snyder. Advance just 10 points on the board. They came from 3 players. 4 points from Morgan Swinford, Hunter Rogers, and Caleb Hinson scored 3 each. That's how we got to where we are, which is with the number 6 seed Scott City holding a very comfortable and commanding 24-point advantage over Advance, 34-10. Winners from earlier today, along with scores: Jackson beat Oak Ridge 90-23, Woodland 92-44 over Scott County Central, Cape Central 74-16 beat Meadow Heights, Cape Notre Dame a 71-29 winner over Oran. Charleston beat Kelly by 20, 75-55, but the Blue Jays trailed by 4 after 3 quarters in that one, and then blitzed through the 4th quarter to pick up the victory. Again, this one underway in the 3rd quarter as we get underway, in the Rams holding a commanding lead. They're up 34-10.
Well, it'll take a chore for the Advance Hornets to get back into this thing. Again, 10 points at the half. I mean, it just It sounds so dismal.
It's hard. You just can't compete like that. Not on an everyday basis. You do have to put the ball through the basket. You can play defense and you can get after it defensively, and all those things are good. But at some point, you do have to be able to score the ball.
Hamlin on a dump down low. Back-to-back turnovers to start quarter 3. This is game 6. Bell City, Chaffee coming after this. And then the final game of the night, the 8-9 contest, Delta, Leopold. And then 8 more tomorrow.
No rest for the weary, as they might say.
Cade Lowry, and I give up to Snyder. Comfortable 24-point lead for the 6-seeded Rams. Nice rebound. Braden Walton fought hard for that one and got the possession back, and he's got 11. Walton, 19.8 points a game, 8.3 rebounds a game, and 5.2 assists a game for the 6'5 junior. Braden Walton, 23 in white, defending on ball for Scott City. A 3 over him by Henson doesn't fall. One and done as Snyder grabs the rebound. Spins away from 2 Hornets. Inside against another and scores. 4 for Max Snyder.
Greg, I told you that throughout Southeast Missouri, I've got just a few contacts here and there, and a lot of people that follow sports, and one of them viewing, and we were talking about that district in Bloomfield, chimed in and said, Bernie will be a player in that field. And we were talking about the teams that were going to challenge the Charleston.
Puxico and Charleston.
And so the Mules,
all right,
a team to keep an eye on
all
as
right,
well.
We'll keep that. That's 3 that can contend to reach the championship.
Here's one thing I know. The people that generally I trust and talk to down in this area and have contact with, I have full faith in what they view and what they know. However, the guy that sent me that one, I'm not so sure what's I'm just hoping he had a clue.
Braden Walton with his first misfire at the line from Brody Rogers. He's a 56% free throw shooter. He's a guy averaging 9.3 a game in his junior season for Advance, and he has not scored today. (38-11). Well, we got a competitive game into the 4th quarter in the most recent contest with Charleston's win over Kelly. It was not so tightly contested after it got to about 3 minutes left in the game. Two cracks at it that time. Carter Berger finishes. He's got 6. Going to the line for one more. Brody Rogers, his 3rd personal.
They've done a very good job being able to get inside and to the paint. That's why they haven't attempted many 3-point shots.
I think that's what I've been most impressed with Scott City. Nice spin move, Hunter Rogers, to finish that. He's got 5. The ability to get inside and finish, Mike, obviously goes without saying, a much more high percentage shots, but a lot of teams don't elect to try that. And here's 2 more on a strong finish by Braden Walton, who's got 13.
We saw Kelly for the most part of that game before it fell apart on them in the 4th. We saw them do a real good job of being able to deliver inside. We see there what happens when you go inside, draw contact, hit the shot, and get to the free throw line.
Drake Ford guilty of his 2nd free throw, good for Walton, who's got a game-high 14. And Scott City is pouring it on the Advance Hornets. Rimming off for Jamison Hamlin. Put back try by Swinford doesn't fall, and we're going the way of the Rams on that backcourt foul. It's the 2nd in a row on Drake Ford. It's been good body control by Scott City in tight quarters. The ability to finish. The last couple at the basket have resulted in and ones. There's a backdoor cut and wide open. And you can be wide open underneath all you want, but it takes a point guard to be able to see you and deliver the basketball. And Max Snyder, the beneficiary and finisher on the end of that exchange, but a great pass from his point guard teammate to find him wide open.
And Greg, here's the thing for a player who's going to cut and work hard off the ball. And this was a volleyball term we heard from a coach about make yourself available. Remember that? The term, well, it applies to basketball, but if you make yourself available and you never get the pass, if you make yourself open, you get frustrated.
Absolutely.
Out here tonight, what we've seen is for the most part, if you make yourself available and you're open, you get the ball in a good spot and you score. And to be rewarded means the world.
This time trying to create on his own. Dribble drive penetration by Snyder. Fouled before the shot. It'll be on Hunter Rogers.
And turnover numbers have remained very respectable, both sides. Advanced trailing only has 6. Live with that. Scott City leading has 4.
Rams off the inbound with Caden Lowry up top. Chase Knight to the basket, cradling, scoring. Now Braden Walton has been sensational in this game. He's got 16. He's a junior. Approaching 3.5 to go in this third. That has been all Scott City in this entire game. They led 11-5 at the end of one, 34-10 at the half, when they outscored the Hornets 24-5 in the second quarter. And the Rams looking for a quarterfinal date tomorrow at 7:30 tomorrow night against number 3 Cape Central. I do have one point to clarify with you as we sit 3.5 to go in the third. We talked earlier that if anybody would actually be around in the audience, turnover, advance, layup, Snyder, 8 for him. Wire to wire all games, they should get a gold ribbon, right? Remember that comment?
If somebody viewed and was on the stream watching, without a doubt, yes, a ribbon is at least that warranted.
Three-point shot doesn't fall, and a rebound down to the Rams. Pass to the timeline, and there's another turnover by Scott City. That's one of their few. My wife promptly texted me afterwards and said, well, then I get a gold ribbon. Well, twofold. One, it's a little presumptuous by her at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to say she was going to be around for all 8 games. 2, does she really count? Like,
her gold ribbon has nothing to do with watching basketball. It's being married to you. There's the gold ribbon. And I would say probably many more accolades should go her way beyond just listening to you and watching us through an entire day if she makes it to the end.
All right, I'll give you that. $49-15. That was just downright mean. True, but mean.
Yeah, that's right. I think as long as truth is involved, it justifies the mean.
Advance having a hard time finding space, and the Hornets with Drake Rogers can't connect. One and done, and here come the running Rams down floor with Lowry all the way, coast to coast, for another junior in Caden Lowry. 9-point ball game for him, and Mark Dannemueller's got to be thrilled with what his team has done on the interior down in the paint close to the rim. A little bump forcing that ball to head out of bounds.
Rams are 23 of 30 on shot attempts inside the arc. They're only taking 3 shots from beyond. Why?
23 of 30?
Yeah.
You win a lot of basketball games doing that.
Yep. Why go outside the arc when you're getting that kind of shooting percentage inside it? And not all of them have been layups. They've had some runouts. They've had some of those, but they've gone to the rim hard. They've had some rebound putbacks. The couple of misses they had, were able to put them back in. But, yeah, those are the kind of numbers that it's really hard as an opponent to overcome that type of effort when you're scoring at that efficiency rate.
And on the flip side, for Advance first-year head coach Ethan Barr, Learning moment? I mean, look, we got to work on this.
Yeah, you hope. That's what you always hope, is that if things don't go your way, you still have things that you learn from it instead of getting frustrated by it.
That last three from Hunter Rogers, this reach and foul on Carson Bess, a sophomore. And that will result in 2 Ram free throws. Over the limit, advance with 97 seconds to go in the third. 6th game of 8 on day 1 of the 81st annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Braden Walton adds another at the line. He's got 17, one of the longest running high school basketball tournaments in the state of Missouri at any point in the season. 18 for Walton. Here's Hunter Rogers. I mean, you watch Advance on offense, and they, at times, just so frustrated, the look on their faces of can't find any spacing, can't find someone to pass it to. How do we work our way inside? That errant three-point shot saved in, but the Rams take advantage. A deflected pass comes right back to the Hornets, and a turnover by Scott City. Swinford and the Hornets give it right back. 56.5 seconds to go in the third.
I know the axiom has always been there's something to learn from every game. I wouldn't argue that there's something to learn. I would argue, did you learn anything? Because sometimes when you watch teams, and I'm not referring to these two, I'm just saying in general, sometimes you watch teams that you get a chance to see day after day, numerous times, and you know as well as I do, you watch them make the same mistakes over and over. And I'm going all the way up to the pro level, where it's like they keep doing the same thing. So you wonder, are those learning moments being taken advantage of? And I also agree when coaches say, I'd much rather teach after winning the game.
Oh, absolutely. It's a lot easier to do that. It's a lot easier on the coach. It might not be as easy on the players.
It's hard. It's hard when things are going well to try to tell somebody, well, why should you do it differently? But we're winning. I like the saying that I've heard, that play the game, not the scoreboard. Now, there's times, all right, time in the game, you know, you're thinking a minute to go, we're up by 5. I shouldn't have shot that open 3 just because it was open. But in games such as this one, I think that plays sometimes. Just play the game, not the board. Because right now the scoreboard is not really much of an importance of this game because the outcome has been decided for quite some time.
In the long tenured career of Nick Saban with Alabama, they played a lot of blowout games, did the Crimson Tide, that resulted in wins. And I just recently came across a press conference interview where he was talking to his team afterwards in the locker room and said, how can you guys be happy about that? And this is him talking, how can you be happy about it? Okay, we won by 35 or whatever it was. You can be happy about that, but you can't be happy with the way we went about it. And that's kind of what you're talking about.
Yep. So there's times that you play the game more so than just what's on the board. And some nights you're just the much better team, so you were going to win regardless.
Exactly. And Alabama fit that bill frequently.
Many times.
Caden Lowry's got 10. Foul on Drake Rogers, his first. One more for a 77% free throw tosser. Rimming off, and that should be 3/4 of play, and it will be. To the fourth we go. It has been a struggle all game for the Hornets. They trail 54-18. Fourth quarter coming up to finish out the 6th game of day 1 of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
This is us.
3 quarters in the books, 54-18 is your score with Scott City on top. Shooting numbers through 3. Rams are 24 of 34 from the field, 1 of 4 from deep, and 5 of 9 at the line. Advances 7 of 23, 2 of 14, and they're 1 of 2 from the free throw line. Not many free throws taken. A game that, again, has been very half-court oriented most of the time and been predicated mostly by Scott City getting inside, making those shots when they get inside, not being reliant anyway on the three-point shot, and then defensively they locked down the opponent. Advance with 18 points through 3.
Lowry, a lot of fighting for a rebound off a Max Snyder miss. Snyder gets a mid-court pick and a takeaway, tries to go Euro step up and in. Snyder's got 10, Lowry's got 10, Walton's got 18. That trio combined now for 38 of Scott City's 56. And here comes Lowry again, tries to find Snyder cross lane. The ball ends up out of bounds. It's knocked out by Advance. Our last game snapped our string of running clock fourth quarters on day 1. We're back to it with this game, however. Advance going to drop to 3 and 4. Scott City will improve to 6 and 1. Carter Berger's got 8. Trying to join that previously mentioned trio of guys that have scored double digits for the 6-seeded Rams. Advance going baseline, a little too tight to that baseline was Drake Rogers, turned it over.
Hornets have finally reached double figures in turnovers. I don't mean that in a good way.
Yeah, that was you call him out.
Just saying that that's actually impressive that we get to the fourth quarter before either team reaches double figures, especially after we saw what Charleston threw in the fourth quarter was doing to Kelly in that game in which they rallied from 4 down to win by 20. That was all about turnover after turnover after turnover.
Carter Berger on a give up to Chase Knight. Snyder almost forgot the basketball. Got rolled up on, lost it against a trio of black shirts, and out of the pack comes Leland Kennedy, who goes to the other end of the blocking foul coming up on the Rams. Kennedy is going to go to the foul line. Hunter Speakman with his first. 2 more to go after this one. Bell City Chaffee, Delta Leopold. And that will be day 1. Ethan Huffman replaces Max Snyder in the Scott City lineup. Kennedy goes 1 of 2. (58-19), Scott City. Things will get much tougher for the Rams in the next matchup against Cape Central. Let's see who this foul's on for Advance. Carson Bess, the guilty party.
If we get that opportunity to talk to Mark Dennemuller, the 16th-year head coach of the Rams, I'm going to remind him at some point in the interview, 2025, and you've got 4 3-pointers taken deep into the fourth quarter.
This is not the way teams play basketball this day and age. In the lane floater doesn't fall for Caden Talley.
I think he would look at me and say, we were 26 of 37 inside the arc. We'll take that.
Yeah, we shot just as many threes as we needed to. We're good. Let me do the coaching. You do the announcing.
I've got 16 years at this. We didn't need the 3.
Caden Gray misses, but the follow's good. Speakman's got 4. 60-19. Advance scored 5 in the first, 5 in the second, 8 in the third. They scored 1 in the fourth. They'll turn it over here. Kyle Diger will check in, a freshman. Good start to the season for Scott City. After the new year, it'll be at Oak Ridge, home for Delta. They go to Chaffee, host Eats Prairie, go to these Hornets, and then St. Vincent Scott County Central come to town. Advance, home for Chaffee before a 4-game road trip. Delta, Bernie, you talked about the Mules, St. Vincent, Richland, all prior to the Rams visit. Jackson Cook lays that one home for a pair, and we get a timeout to halt the clock and give us one of our final in-game breaks of this one with 2:35 to go in a Rams 62-19 rout of Advance in round 1 of the Christmas tournament on Aycorp Sports.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
They were good, but I don't know if you could do it in this kind of stuff.
Hornets back to work offensively. Give up to a cutting Jamison Hamlin.
Greg, I know it's easy to say it because of where they are on the seeds in the bracket, but it was a mismatched game completely, and I get it, but has anybody been more impressive than Jackson so far?
Just not on a first glance today, no.
Yeah. And again, one-day glance, and everybody's got a different setup with opponents and where they are in the bracket, but just in terms of the way that I thought Jackson just came out and did everything well.
And from the jump and in the 9 o'clock in the morning game.
Yep.
Cole Curtis goes 1 of 2 at the foul line after a Ram rebound. Curtis took it away. And Curtis goes back inside with a basketball, and he might be going back to the line. Nope. It's going to be Carson Bess instead. Bess averaging just over a point a game per year, has his first one today. Final 70 ticks of this one before we get to see Bell City and Chaffee. Sophomores in the book with 2. Rams to the offensive end with Diger. Tight to the sideline in the corner, Ethan Huffman. Tough acrobatic shot falls for Caden Gray. The senior's got a pair of Christmas tournament points. He's all smiles heading down floor. Ball kicked around a little bit. Now they'll call that kick. A 42-point margin. Number 6 cruising in this one. A game that was never really in doubt. 3 ball. Drake Rogers doesn't fall. And off the rebound, a travel called, and that is going to wrap it up. 64-22 is going to be your final score. The Scott City Rams improved to 6-1 on the year. Advance falls below 500 at 5-4. The Rams head-to-head have now won 3 straight. And get a much tougher opponent in Cape Central coming up in round 2, coming up tomorrow. Back with the post-game final numbers and hopefully a conversation with Mark Dannenmuller, the head coach of the Scott City Rams, coming up. Christmas tournament coverage on Aycorp Sports.
in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter, the first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
Final touches on a Scott City 64-22 win over Advance to advance to the quarterfinals of the Christmas tournament. The Rams get a team high and game high 18 points from Braden Walton. They get 10 apiece from Max Snyder and Caden Lowry, 8 from Carter Berger, 6 from Chase Knight, 4 from Hunter Speakman and Jackson Gloth. After that, 2 apiece from Caden Gray and Jackson Cook. For Advance, 8 points, their leading scorer, Hunter Rogers, 4 from Morgan Swinford, 3 out of Drake Rogers. They get 2 apiece from Carson Bess and Drake Ford, and a foul shot from Leland Kennedy, Brody Rogers, and Cole Curtis. Final score, Rams over Hornets, 64-22. Team numbers partner.
Great shooting day for the Rams. They made 28 of 37, just 8 of 28 from the field for Advance. 3-point shooting, 4 attempts for Scott City in the game. They made 1 of them. 15 tries from deep for Advance. They made 2 of them. Your free throws, there weren't many taken. 5 of 9 for Scott City and 4 of 5 from the free throw line for Advance. 11 Advance turnovers, 8 turnovers were committed by the Rams. Scott City advances with a 64-22 victory over Advance, and they join Jackson, Woodland, Cape Central, Cape Notre Dame, and Charleston advancing into the quarterfinals that will be played tomorrow. You'll have all of those and every tournament game right here on Aycorp. Greg and I back with you tomorrow for the entire slate of games that will be coming your way, again starting at 9 in the morning with the morning session, and then the afternoon session starts at 4:30. We'll detail that schedule as the night continues. We hope to visit with Mark Dannemuller. If he makes an appearance, we'll come back and join up with you so that you can hear from him. Other than that, we start to set the stage for the 7th game of the day, the 3rd game of the 2nd session. Bell City Chaffee, and then Delta Leopold follows that up right around the 9 o'clock hour as we continue our coverage of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament right here on Aycorp Sports.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Back inside the Show Me Center as we get ready for game number 7 of the day. That will feature Bell City and Chaffee after it was a 6 seed Scott City 64-22 win over advanced 16-year head coach of the Rams, Mark Mueller, good enough to stop by for a couple of minutes. Anything you really didn't like from this one? It seems like you guys were hitting on all cylinders. You had a huge comfortable lead at halftime. It just kind of rolled from there. I know coaches always find something bad. Anything displeasing?
No, not really. I mean, our kids played hard, did what they were supposed to do. We kind of had a slow start offensively, and if I had one problem, it was that we weren't finishing around the rim. We missed a bunch of layups early, and but we've got good players, and those things are fixable. So they fixed it, and we were able to take care of business.
This whole around the rim business, that was kind of the story of the game. You got some guys that can get inside, and Braden Walton and Caden Lowry. Is that their specialty in this thing?
Yeah, I mean, Braden and Caden are really good players, and they're actually really good shooters too. But we talk a lot about not settling, and 2 years ago when they played as freshmen, they shot a lot from the outside just because we had a lot of good players, and that's all they had to do as freshmen. But now, they've got an advantage most nights. They're big kids, they're strong, and they're really smart. So we always just talk about don't settle. Get something going to the rim and play inside out.
Where's your depth on this team? You had 9 guys that scored. It's some guys scored 2 to 4 points, but they gave you something.
Yep.
How big's your depth?
I mean, we've got a lot of good players, and we just got Jackson back. Jackson Gloth, our senior leader.
Mm-hmm.
He got hurt week 9 of football season, so he just got back Monday, and this is his second game, and he's extremely important to us. And then that allows everybody else to kind of slide back into the roles that we kind of thought they would have, but all of our guys have had to fill bigger shoes, for the first 5 games, which I think has been really, really good for a couple of guys who maybe wouldn't have gotten those opportunities if Jackson, wasn't hurt. It's not like we were happy that Jackson was hurt, but we had guys, obviously, that stood up and did some really good things. So we just talk about just execute your role, whether you score a lot, whether you just rebound and defend and take care of the ball, just execute your role. We've got a lot of kids that do that.
Truth be told, my broadcast partner usually handles the post-game interviews. He stepped out for a quick beverage, and he told me he was going to tell you when you came over. You do know it's 2025, right? You shot 4 3-pointers in the game. That's not the way this game works these days, right?
Yeah, we've got some kids that can shoot it. We just haven't shot a whole lot this year, and we haven't had to, and I think the Farmington game that we played a few weeks ago was the most that we shot, but that was because they made the adjustment and cut us off inside. So, I mean, it's not like we don't want to shoot them, but we try not to settle.
It's not like you needed to sit here and actually watch them to know how good they are, but what kind of a challenge is Cape Central going to be in round 2?
I mean, they're a Class 5 school with Class 5 athletes. I mean, it's just, and they're so well coached. I mean, I know Lamont, he coached at Bluff my first couple years when I was really young, and man, I probably bothered him more than anybody, and he helped me out a lot, and he's a good guy and great coach, and we're going to have to play really well, compete with him. So
appreciate you coming by, Coach.
Thank you.
Mark Mueller, head coach of the Scott City Rams. Always appreciate the time after a 64-22 win over Advance. They advance to the quarterfinals. They will get Cape Central. That will be the second to last game, just like this one is coming up today. Game 7 on day 2 when the Rams and Tigers tangle coming up tomorrow night. This one is Bell City and Chaffee, the 7-10 matchup. And my partner, Mike Reeves, back in the fold with the starting lineups.
We'll start with the Cubs out of Bell City, 6-1. The record, Luke Bixler, fourth-year head coach, and a number 7 seed. They start Juan Hernandez, a 5'9" senior. A senior also at 6 feet tall is Jake Asher. Logan Pikey, a 6'2" senior. Cale Richardson, a 6'1" senior. And Blake Gerald, a senior at 5'11". For Chaffee, they are the 10 seed. They're 5-2 on the season. 18th-year head coach is Josh Goverill. They are, again, the 10 seed in the bracket. Grant Johnson, the starter at 5'7" and a junior. Roland Reichman, a 6'3" junior. A senior at 6'2", and Colby Estes. Dane McMullen, 5'11" and a junior. And Nolan Fowler, 6'3" and a junior. Those are your starters for the 7th game of the day, the 3rd game of the evening session, Bell City and Chaffee.
Not sure how much of that conversation you could hear standing behind it, but I did indeed ask Mark Tannemuller, look, you do know it's 2025. You only shot 4 threes. He did not say, hey, broadcast guy, we were 28 of 37 inside the three-point line, but he did say we can shoot it, but we didn't need it. Kind of leading to the numbers from inside the arc, but he knows they got guys that do it. But I do like a coach, Mike, that can say, look, we just don't need that aspect of our game tonight. We're working and doing good things elsewhere. We're going to roll with that.
And one of the questions that I had jotted down for him was going to be exactly that. If you get in the game you need it, can you go to it and feel good? And that answer is obviously, yeah, we can. We just, tonight wasn't a necessity that we do it, so we didn't. And I'm looking forward to seeing them again tomorrow in a game that's going to be obviously way more competitive and different than the one they had tonight.
Pile of red, black, and white for this one. Bell City in the home whites, Chaffee in the traveling blacks. Great to have you with us on Aycorp Sports for coverage of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves, been with you all day coming up tomorrow. Colby Estes trying to put the first points on the board in this 7th game of day 1. He nor teammate Nolan Reichman able to do just that, and the 7-seed Bell City Cubs get their first offensive trip. Now the Cubs, if you're with us at the outset of the day early, we talked about Woodland kind of breaking apart the core 4 in this tournament, some of the power teams in this Christmas tournament, and garnering a lofty 2 seed. Bell City is 6-1, and they are not completely foreign to the line they occupy at the 7, but it is not the norm for the Cubs in this tournament. Chaffee down the lane. We'll talk more about that when we get into quarter number 2. Put on rim by Estes. Well, Scott City finished all those kind of shots that Chaffee just missed here in the first minute 20. Meanwhile, at the other end, little floater falls. And Logan Pikey's got the first points of the ballgame, a near 8-point-per-game scorer for the Cubs. Nolan Fowler in the lane. That runner no good. Boy, Chaffee has come out here and missed 5 absolute point blankers. And Blake Gerald on a runner at the other end converts. He averages nearly 11.5 a game.
That's interesting. 0 for 6 overall from the field for Chaffee. Bell City's only taken 3 shots. They're doing better because they've made a couple of theirs.
Red Devils in a hurry. Helping to the corner to Grant Johnson. He'll let it go from 3. That doesn't fall either. Got his own miss. Red Devils come in here having won 3 in a row. They're 5-2. The record's not bad for the 10 seed. They haven't been able to hit anything yet today. They started the season with a pair of wins at the Oran Invitational, beating the host club and the team we just saw advance. They've already lost to these Cubs 52-41 back on the 5th of December in the final game of that tournament. That was the title game. And then lost to East Prairie. Down the lane, Blake Gerald misses. And then after that loss to East Prairie, it's wins over Bloomfield, St. Vincent, and Scott County Central. That's on the Chaffee side. Another shot in the paint, contact near the foul line of the foul on Blake Gerald. Now the shooting numbers are maddening for Chaffee to start this thing.
9 shots on rim, none through rim. Whew. That's one way to look at it.
One finally falls for Dane McMullen. He averages 19.7 a contest. And through all that, it's only a 2-point game.
Talked about it earlier in the day. It makes a difference. If you get off to a bit of a slow start, what does your opponent do while you're starting slow?
In this case, the answer for the Cubs is not much themselves.
If you can miss your first 9 shots and then finally find one that goes in and you look up and you're down by 2, I think there's a part of you that says, you know what? I didn't want it to start that way, but I'll take that result since it did start that way.
Colby Estes with another miss in the lane. 3 ball for McMullen, and all of a sudden Chaffee's ahead. A 3 by McMullen. He shoots 32% from distance. He's got all 5 of the Red Devil points. Here's Logan Pikey in the lane missing. Reichman brings that down. Long outlet pass, hits Fowler in stride, and he'll challenge and draw a foul. Bell City 6-1. Now the 1 came in their most recent game before the tournament. 8 days ago, 79-54, losing to Bernie. Prior to that, 6 in a row in the win column. They swept 3 games at the Orion Invitational and then beat Advance, Richland, and Leopold. Hang one up, and 2 free throws coming up for Roland Reichman.
Lane Scheibel picks up his first.
In and around and out for Reichman, no good. One more for Reichman, 10.3 points a contest, up and good. Well, after a dismal start halfway through the first, the team with the horrendous start leads by 2. Bell City with that win earlier this year has now won back-to-back. And now it's the Cubs missing point blank with Scheibel. Cubs have won back-to-back over Chaffee. Running layup converted by Fowler, and all of a sudden it's the Cubs with the timeout here. It's a 30. We'll keep it here. Chaffee had won 4 straight head-to-head until the most recent 2 Cub victories. These 2 have met up quite a bit in the Oran Invitational. In fact, since 2012, this is their 15th meeting since 2012 overall. 7 of the previous 14 have come in the Oran Invitational. None have come here in the Christmas tournament.
I can see the way that would play out given where the seeds of the 2 teams have probably frequently been. It'd be hard to match them up. Most of those come early rounds. They're not matching up late very often, unless, as I guess, take that consolation bracket. Yeah, I guess that's more likely. I was thinking more on that winner side of the bracket. They wouldn't meet deep in the tournament very often based on history and where they are.
We'll talk about their tournament resumes coming up in quarter 2. We're 3:19 away from that as Blake Gerald has his second field goal. He's got 4. Absolute pleasure to be part of the Aycorp Sports group, bringing you coverage wire to wire of this Christmas tournament. Our director for this one, Joshua I. We've been talking about the nifty little snow-capped graphics. I should give credit where credit is due. Andrew Moore was the guy responsible for those. I was crediting Tyler Lassiter earlier, who he wasn't responsible for him, but if somebody's just going to give you credit, why would you correct him? Dane McMullen with the shot clock running down just has to hoist one. Cale Richardson in a hurry the other way, and a blocking foul to go with that basket, and an and one for the 6'1 senior. 13.8 points a game for Richardson. Dane McMullen picks up the first Chaffee foul of the game. It'll be one shot for Richardson, line to the right. Andrew Moore is part of the crew that's out at the Bloomfield Christmas tournament today. Missed free throw, rebound ripped out of the hands of a Cub by Colby Estes. And it's an 8-all contest. Stays that way after that miss. Rebound to Juan Hernandez. Lobs to Asher near side. Game 7 of 8. Nice backdoor cut. Wide open underneath Richardson. 4 for him and a good find for Asher. He averages 6.4 assists. And that last possession exactly why. 2 minutes to go first quarter. Higher seeds have won the previous 6 games. There's been one competitive game into the fourth quarter. Chaffee, after a scramble, continues with the possession. Grant Johnson forces one up that doesn't go. Rebounded by McMullen. He fades away. He can't convert, and Hernandez grabs that. He's got a man at the head of the pack. Richardson wanted it, didn't get the pass. And out of bounds off the Red Devils.
Are you a believer of the majority of athletes who say that a teammate's success, a team's success, always trumps what they do individually? And I ask because you were talking about players distributing the ball, making a pass. There's been a number of players this year at St. Louis University, Mizzou. I've covered some of those teams on occasion basketball. I'd much rather make the pass that leads to the basket than make the basket myself. They've said it plenty of times. It feels honest. I guess everybody has their different way of going about it. We don't tend to talk about assists like we do points.
Yeah.
And I always wonder, is it just the right thing to say or is it real?
I was always that kind of player, but not for the reason you might think. Shot in and out by Cruz Richard. I was never confident enough in my shot, so I wanted to be the distributor. I thought I was a much better player in that regard than the guy that could go out and get a ton of points in a game. So for me, that was real. Now, do I always believe it when guys say it? No.
Well,
I think it's the right thing to say a lot of times, though.
Yeah, and it's a game situation, whatever, you know, you make the pass that wins the game. Okay, yeah. But there's times that just the human nature of a tad of selfishness that scoring the baskets gets you more notoriety. But I will say this, winning's so much more fun regardless how you got to get there.
No doubt about that. Hernandez with his first bucket. We're under 40 seconds to go in the quarter. It's been a good first quarter. It's been kind of odd the way we've gotten to 12-10 with the early shooting drought for Chaffee, and then they promptly took the lead after missing their first 9 shots.
I'll tell you what, they just turned it over for the first time in the quarter, though. And even though you didn't shoot it well, you took care of it, and you got a lot of shots.
Yeah, I guess missing your first 9 is exactly the same as missing your first 3 and turning it over 6 times, if you want to look at it a different way.
I'd much rather have taken 9 or 10 shots and missed them all as opposed to have turned it over 8 times and had 2 shots.
Yeah, exactly. Cruz Richard with a foul, his first. At the line goes Roland Reichman. 2-shot variety for the Red Devils, who trail by 2. Up and good. Reichman now 2 of 3 from the line for the night. It is night, right? This is like one of the late games, right?
My watch says 7:43. My internal body clock says I don't know and I don't care.
Your internal body clock left a long time ago.
As soon as we got started this morning and got up at 6 something, little before 6, got here at 8. Yeah, since that point, no, it didn't matter.
The venue inside looks exactly the same as it did 8 hours ago. 6.3 to go. Chaffee going to try to beat the clock on this possession. They'll roll it into Dane McMullen. He's on the move to the left wing. A little floater blocked by Hernandez. They'll get another crack with a second and a half. Reichman back in, replacing Carson Clover. It'll be Dane McMullen to inbound on this second and a half trip. Three-point shot blocked. Asher got all basketball, and that's the way the first finishes. Bell City, the number 7 seed, leads the 10 Chaffee by a digit. 12-11 at the end of one at Aycorp Sports.
SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
He's been on his computer a lot.
Second quarter ready to commence from inside the Show Me Center on campus at Southeast Missouri State University. Along with Mike Reeves, Greg Allen bringing you day 1 and 2 coverage. We'll turn it over to the A-team coming up on Monday for the semis and then the eventual championship. This tournament wraps up on Tuesday. A very happy holiday season to you. First quarter numbers of this one, Mike.
6 of 13 from the field for Bell City in the opening quarter. 0 of 1 from 3 and 0 of 1 at the free throw line. Chaffee went 4 for 20. They took 20 shots, went 2 of 6 from deep and 2 of 4 at the line. They found themselves down 1 at 12-11.
Chaffee opens with possession in the second. Long 3-ball bomb, no good from Grant Johnson. Here comes Bell City and Juan Hernandez. He'll motor into the front court. Right of the lane, a trio of defenders around Cale Richardson, and one of them picked up a blocking foul. Take your pick on this. They'll go Carson Clover. Is first. Bell City has one title to their credit here in the Christmas tournament. 2006, they won it all. Hernandez up top to Asher. He's open, unloads from 3. Tried to bait a foul. Still on the ground, ended up getting the rebound off the miss somehow. That came off a deflection. Bell City's been the 7 seed each of the last 2 years. I told you it wasn't uncharted territory, but it's not the norm. The 7 inside, no finish but a foul. Reichman going to the line. Follows 7 years in a row where Bell City was not only a double-digit seed, but in 5 of those 7, they were the dead last team in the tournament. The 16, and then they go 7-7. They beat Meadow Heights last year, lost to Cape Central in the second round, lost to Charleston, and we're done in the 5th place semis. Reichman has 3. He's a 69% free throw shooter. He's the only guy in black that has taken a foul shot in this game. He's now got 4. That ball just taken away from Grant Johnson. Cubs get it back and come up floor. All kinds of traffic around Asher. With last year's first-round win, it snapped first-round losses, no surprisingly. In each of those 7 years, they were a double-digit seed. Prior to last year, their first-round win came in 2016. They beat Woodland and promptly lost the next 2 after that. They lost in the 5th place semis last year, lost the losers bracket final the year before when they fell to the 13th seed Scott County Central, 66-52.
How long have we been here?
Many, many hours. But each of those years, they were a double-digit seed At least the first 6 of them, they were 2 and done. They lost 12 games in a row. Asher on a kick out. 3-ball good for Richardson. He is warming. He's got 7. And Bell City back in front, 15-13.
Only the third Bell City three-pointer, first one to go in.
That 3 way off the mark from Grady Johnson. But the putback good, and Cale Richardson assessed the foul. Grant Johnson with his first points. He's a 9.4 point per game scorer. Not even 2 minutes gone by here in stanza 2. That free throw's good. He's 36% from the line. That free throw looked pretty good, though, for a guy 36%.
Chaffee has a 16-11 advantage on the glass so far.
Chaffee's the 10. They've kind of hovered around that 9-10 mark each of the last 4 seasons. They were the 9 last year, the 11 2 years before that. They've never won the Christmas tournament, have the Red Devils. Pull up right wing jumper, Logan Pikey, no. Putback doesn't fall either, still loose in the paint. That's Hernandez trying to get a shot away. Squeezes through a double team, couldn't find it. And out of bounds to the Cubs still. Last year, Chaffee beat Oran in the first round off the 9 line by 5. And then lost to Jackson and Cape Notre Dame to also, like Bell City, bow out in 5th place semi. Inbound of the paint, double clutching the shot. Gerald got it back. A little more standard issue and finished. He has 6. That first round win last year for Chaffee snapped 5 years in a row of first round exits. Twice the 11, twice the 13, once the 14. Fowler misses, has the ball back on perimeter. 2:40 gone by in the second. And this time Fowler gets a lot closer and converts on the lay-in. The best seed Chaffee's been since 2014 is a 9. That's the best. They've never been the 16. The worst they've been is the 15, once. And that's why you mentioned the fact that Chaffee and Bell City haven't matched up in the Christmas tournament isn't surprising. And it just so happens the way the brackets have fallen in the years they've won different games and whatnot, they've never matched up even in a consolation bracket. Reichman off the inbounds has 6. And it's a tight one throughout. Red Devils lead this 20-17.
Much slower pace, nothing wrong with that, but the pace is slower. The score, obviously, lower than what we've been seeing in other games, but also far more competitive in terms of the score on the board than the majority of the games that we've also seen. The most competitive was that Charleston-Kelly game that saw Kelly up by 4 after 3, but they lost it by 20.
Hernandez for 3 in the corner. Would have tied the game, didn't fall. Red Devils with Estes gets the rebound. Home run ball up ahead to McMullen, swinging out in the corner. This is Grant Johnson. No dice from 3, but a loose ball right to Fowler, but he blew it. Another crack, Reichman. Didn't squeeze the trigger. There's a lot of steps coming down the lane, and travel call to McMullen. Chaffee since 08 has never made the tournament semis. Now again, their best seed was a 9. The best they've done is play in a 5th place semifinal, so win a first round game and lose the next 2. There's Richardson. Many thought that was a travel not called.
On that previous trip with lots of steps down the lane. Is that how they wrote the original rules of basketball? Not allowed, lots of steps.
Well, they didn't want to be too specific. You gotta leave a little bit to the judgment of the official. Open to interpretation. What's a lot of steps, right? Gives you some leeway. Nolan Fowler, 3-ball, no. Rebound into the hands of Blake Gerald. He had a man up ahead. That's Richardson. Didn't want to risk it. Gerald tripped up from behind on his way through the lane. Grant Johnson is first.
If you want to peruse some YouTube videos of most blatant NBA travels not called. Just cue that up sometime, and you will get an idea of what they wanted to be called in the rule book that has at times not been.
And they're bad in the NBA.
Oh, it is. There are some mind-boggling, like going from the logo at center court to the rim without the ball touching the ground. Granted, it's a big dribble, one dribble, and then pick it up, and their steps at 6'10" are pretty incredible. But you go back and you slow it down, you're like, step, step, step. Last step, layup. Sure. If you get an opportunity sometime in a down moment, we're not going to have any of those the next couple of days, today and tomorrow, but at some point we'll have one.
Or you throw the Euro step in there that they've
Yeah.
allowed to let go that looks like a lot of steps.
Well, on Monday of the Monday before Christmas this week, I had an opportunity, took my oldest son, who is a huge Kansas Jayhawk fan. He had never been to Allen Fieldhouse for a basketball game, so kind of as a holiday thing, took him for his first trip ever there. And, of course, the original rules of basketball are housed inside Allen Fieldhouse. He took a photo, and if I can get him to enlarge it, I'll find out exactly what the travel rules were from the original rules.
That jumper softly rims home for Blake Jarrell. What are they written on?
From what I can tell, it's just
paper?
Paper, yeah.
All right.
He was there, took the pictures. I didn't actually go to see it, but he's got a picture. I'm sure we could. I don't think we'd blow it up to read him. I know the Euro step's not mentioned. I feel very confident in that.
That was added much more recently.
Yes.
Fowler double clutches one down the lane with the left hand and had enough to get it over the rim and get it to go in. 2:50 to go in an entertaining first half that sees the Red Devils own a 3-point lead. Again, these two just recently met already this year as part of that Oran Invitational. 52-41, Bell City won it. Richardson couldn't finish. So Chaffee hoping to exact a little revenge here. Awkward floater across the rim for Fowler. He's got 10.
You can add a point for a degree of difficulty there. That's a hard shot, moving across the lane, across your body, and put it in.
A double clutch on the other end. Richardson with a good find to Cruz Richard, who knifed his way in from the left side. 24-21, Chaffee. Kelly holds the mark today of the lowest seeded team to hold a lead the latest in a game. It was early in the fourth quarter against the 5-seed Charleston. That was a 12 over a 5. Kelly promptly lost by 20. 10-seed Chaffee leads here by 3 over the 7-seed Bell City. Walk into it 3, Asher in and out, no good. Rebound to Colby Estes. And somehow Juan Hernandez ended up with the basketball again and maybe drew a foul. It's going to be on Roland Reichman. Or maybe Colby Estes. It is Reichman. His first. Juan Hernandez to trigger. Hernandez bumped in aside, 2 in a row on Reichman. Winner of this one gets number 2 Woodland. That game tomorrow at 6 o'clock. The loser gets Scott County Central at 10:30 in the morning, second game of the day. And Hernandez able to drop the foul shot. He's got 3. Hernandez is a 17.4 point per game scorer. He's got 4. And for a guy 5'9", Hernandez, he averages 5.6 boards a game.
He has 5 in this one.
Wow. And we're a minute 11 away from half. Chaffee's lead down to 1. I feel like each team has gone through multiple minute stretches of scoreless basketball when it's been a real struggle to put the ball in the hole. Grady Johnson, errant and strong on that shot. Jake Asher with the rebound for Bell City.
And because they've each had those stretches, they kind of evened themselves out and put us where we are.
Right. 3 out of the corner won't fall for Jill, but an offensive rebound for Cruz Richard. And now it's Richard who got his own miss. We'll go back to the line.
Bell City 1 for 7 from three-point range. Not any better for the Red Devils. They're 1 for 10 from deep.
Delta and Leopold coming up after this one, the final game on day 1. Cruz Richard, chance to tie the game, and now that's the best he can do after a front-end miss. Don't miss a moment beyond today's game. Subscribe to cmoball.com for full access to scores, players, stories, teams that you care about from high school to the pros. New subscribers throughout the duration of the tournament save 30% on their subscription cost to cmoball.com. Little floater. Colby Estes has his first 2.
His first make in 5 attempts.
He averages 5.3. Final 9 seconds of the half. Chaffee's margin just 2. 26-24, clock to 5. Asher, long of the three-point line. Screen and roll, frees himself up. 13-footer, no. And the Red Devils take a 2-point lead to the locker room at 26-24. Opening day of the 81st annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Higher seeds have won every game thus far. Here at the break, 10 leads of 7. Chaffee, 26. Bell City, 24. Halftime report coming next on Aycorp Sports.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us.
Chaffee at the half leads Bell City. That's a 10, leading a 7 on the bracket. 26-24 individual numbers first. Chaffee has 10 points from Nolan Fowler in this one, 6 points from Roland Reichman. After that, 5 from Dane McMullen, 3 points from Grant Johnson, 2 points from Colby Estes. Bell City, they have a very balanced attack, being led by 2 players with 8 points. Cale Richardson has 8, so does Blake Jarrell. After that, 4 from Juan Hernandez, 2 points each from Cruz Richard and from Logan Pikey. Your team numbers: Chaffee in the first half shot 29% on 10 of 34, 10 for 29, 35%. The numbers for the Bell City Cubs. 3-point shooting, neither team very good in the opening half. Chaffee 1 for 10. It was 1 for 7 Bell City, that's 14%. Free throw line, 5 of 7 for the Red Devils, 71%, 3 of 4, 75% for Bell City. Rebound advantage, a Chaffee advantage there, 4 better than Bell City at 22-18. Both teams very respectable turnover numbers. It's been a slower paced half-court game. 5 turnovers for Bell City, 4 for Chaffee. Not much going as far as bench points. Only 2 bench points in the game. They belong to Bell City. Chaffee leads it at the break, 26-24. They're attempting to join these winners from earlier today. Jackson 90-23 over Oak Ridge. Woodland 92-44, knocking off Scott County Central. Cape Central a 74-16 winner over Meadow Heights. Cape Notre Dame 71-29. They beat Oran. Charleston rallies from 4 down to start the 4th to beat Kelly 75-55. Scott City a 64-22 winner over Advance. 1 game remaining this evening. After this one, Delta and Leopold, before we shut down the place for 15 seconds and come back and do this again in the morning. That's what it's going to feel like to all of us who are.
You mean we actually get to go home at some point?
If we can do it in 15 seconds, they're going to let us do that. It's going to be it's a long 2 games for everybody that, stays and works through them. But also an awful lot of fun to say that you're a part of it and you kind of build that, as you talk about, tournaments build that crescendo. But we won't be here for the finale of it, as they'll ship us out and move us on our way.
Bell City ties the ball game to open up quarter number 3. Now Chaffee's first offensive crack as Blake Jarrell enters double figures. He's got 10. That one off the miss and problems on the rebound. There we go, alternating possessions. It'll stay with Chaffee. All even in the 7-10. All right, on the weak side off the inbound, and Reichman couldn't finish, but he'll go to the line. He was fouled by Logan Pikey. So Reichman, he's 4 of 6 at the line. He averages 10.3 a ball game. He's a 69% free throw shooter.
Plenty of chances at the line so far in this one. That was free throw number 7. He's made 4 to this point, and now he's 4 of 8.
Backcourt pressure for Asher, able to deal with that. Give and go with Hernandez to get the ball back. Points-wise, it's one of our lower scoring halves for both teams today. Now, in a number of those games, the favored team ran out to huge margins and had upwards of 40, 50 points by the half. Grant Johnson with a run-out layup's got 5. And this one has hovered around 50 at the half combined. In fact, right at 50 at 26-24. I'll give it this. And again, if you've been in and out with the audience all day and haven't been around for the times we've mentioned it, Mike and I for 24 years have spent our time at the Christmas tournament at Park Hills Central. Mike, it's our first venue down here to actually see this tournament, and lucky enough to be a part of the broadcast crew with Aycorp Sports. It's been really good crowds all day. Yep. I've been really surprised by what they brought in on day one.
And there's been enough to create a basketball feel, because sometimes when you get, especially a venue this big.
Yeah, that's another thing.
It can be cavernous, and it can, you can really feel like you're just playing in front of nobody, and it's never had that feel. And we're not trying to sell you on the places. No, but the people who have been here have been interested in the games. It's not been quiet. Kudos to the cheerleaders, too, and the groups that they brought over.
It's had a good basketball feel.
Without a doubt.
Mike, you know as well as I, we've sat through a couple of those early morning games at various tournaments where it is, you hope for a friends and family affair. Missed three by Dane McMullen, offensive rebound by Chaffee, and a hold coming up on the Cubs as Grant Johnson was hanging out of the basketball for dear life. Pikey with the foul. Chaffee long inbound, lucky to get to that to rescue it for Dane McMullen. And then fumbling the ball out of bounds is Nolan Fowler.
6th Red Devil turnover. That's one fewer than the Cubs currently have. Greg, I think, too, that these weeks are actually, in some ways, even though there's tons of games, it's got to be nice for tournament directors and people who are working. The number of officials out there available is better than those Friday nights where everybody's playing all across the land, because we've heard so much lately about how hard it is to get officials for the high school sports, and it's across the board.
Asher into the paint, and a hold called likely on Grant Johnson. That's the case. Johnson tagged with his second. Asher trying to get the ball in. Tipped right back out. We'll do it again. Other side of the window. Delta and Leopold, the only two teams that have not seen action yet in this Christmas tournament. They've got the late game at 9 o'clock. And for what it's worth, the winner has to turn around and play at 4:30 tomorrow. The loser at 1:30. However that thing turns out. Pull-up jumper, swish for Blake Gerald, who's got 12. So Gerald has given Bell City the lead back. They already own a win over the Red Devils this year. Euro step to the basket, contacted by Asher on the drive by McMullen. A lot of stop and go here in this third quarter of this one. In and out and stays out for Dane McMullen. 73% free throw shooter. He's got 5 points tonight. He averages 19.7. One more for the junior.
You know, as they make rule changes and adjustments to sports all the time. And
I know. They've changed it to a lot of steps. We talked about this earlier.
I've not found myself missing the one in bonus at all.
I can't say I miss it.
No.
I can't say it matters to me a whole lot. There's a foul by
I don't feel like
Reichman.
I've been at a high school game since they changed it, where I've actually thought the outcome of the game was directly related to changing the fouls and team foul situation per quarters, and I don't think that's happened yet.
There's a nice call on a travel. Cruz Richards shuffled the shoes before it took off.
That's also in the original rules. No shuffling of shoes. You cannot take many steps. You cannot shuffle your shoes. It was written exactly like that.
Colby Estes back out for a three. Won't fall for Dane McMullen. Now they'll reset the whole deal. The thing I don't like about the 1-and-1 versus two-shot variety free throws is Grant Johnson knocks down a triple. He's got 8. And Chaffee's back to a 3-point lead at 31-28. Every time we get to 5 fouls now and we got to shoot 2 free throws, I'm like, man, if this was the old days, we'd at least not be shooting until we get to 7. Now I realize that 7 would extend all the way to the next quarter.
Depends how fast those 7 occurred.
Cruz Richard has 4. Whereas here, at least you reset the count to start the next quarter. But you know we've been in games where in the first or third quarter, you'd get to 7 fouls, and you're like, oh, my gosh, we're going to be here forever.
You get there fast, yep.
And turnovers each way, yes.
And we've talked about the shot clock being used in this tournament, a 35-second clock. What's our current count at? 4
yes,
violations?
4.
4 shot clock violations.
2 in the last game between Scott City and Advance. Happened to Advance twice. Dane McMullen. Inside, back out, back to McMullen. Colby Estes thought about the 3 and a little dump down pass inside. Reichman couldn't finish. However, his teammate bailed him out in Dane McMullen, and then a timeout granted to Josh Govra Josh Govra, yeah. And Chaffee able to get the ball back. A 1-point lead for the Red Devils at 31-30. It's been a disjointed third quarter, it feels like. We've played 5+ minutes. Chaffee's put 5 points on the board, and Bell City's put 6.
And one area that's maybe caused it to feel that way just a little bit, at the half, the turnover numbers were 5-4. Those are really good numbers for a half of basketball. We'll take that all the time. Then this quarter, the numbers are 4-2. So that's 6 in just over 5 minutes compared to 9 in the entire first half. So there's been a few more turnovers. The shooting hasn't been real good in this quarter. That can lead to that feel, I guess.
Nolan Fowler and Chaffee back with it, and right after all of that, even the timeout to preserve the possession, they get to travel on the sideline. That's got to drive a coach nuts.
Yeah, 'cause you fought so hard to get that ball.
Mm-hmm.
And then you burned the timeout, not the end of the world, kept the possession, and like 3 seconds into possession, you travel and give it right back.
Cruz Richard almost walked again. Instead, they give it down to Blake Gerald with an easy little bunny shot. 14 for Gerald. He averages 11.4. Luke Bixler cheering his guys on. He's in his 4th year as head coach of the Bell City Cubs, who only played 2 home games so far this season, won them both. Their loss came on the road. Deflected ball to the wing to Grant Johnson. Bell City's beaten Oran back-to-back after the Red Devils had won 4 in a row. Cross-court pass, ill-advised and picked off by Juan Hernandez.
Chaffee's got as many turnovers in this quarter as they had in the first half, that number being 4.
In the lane, stopping Cruz Richard. And tied up is Blake Gerald, and the arrow belongs to Bell City. Carson Clover back in for the Red Devils. Grady Johnson also back. Higher seeds have all prevailed today so far. And forgetting what side and direction they were going is Logan Pikey. He caught that ball and almost took off backcourt. Instead, able to convert for an and one are the Cubs.
That play had to be worked on in practice. For it to result in an and one opportunity. I have no idea how he got himself stopped just in time.
I'm not sure why the realization set in like, wait a minute, what? I got to go the other way.
Maybe because everybody on the floor was stationary and not moving, not moving with him. It's crazy that he turned around though, never gave the ball up, went to the lane and converted a three-point play. That's awesome.
3-point shot for the Red Devils doesn't fall. Bell City out to a 4-point lead, and the ball ends up near the scorer's table. Out of bounds, it'll be a turnover for the Cubs.
And now The Cubs have also doubled up their turnover total, 5 in this quarter, after a total of 5 in the entire first half.
Down low in the post, great footwork, good fake spin, and Fowler finishes a dozen for him. There's been virtually no separation between these two as far as the lead. They've seesawed the lead a bunch of times. Kiss it up and in, and an and one for Cruz Richard, who's got 6. But I feel like as far as differential, the game's been played in a phone booth. The largest margin feels like 4 or 5.
And in a game that's been a low-scoring game, I guess that's to be expected as long as both teams are playing competitive, which they are.
Richard converts at the line. He's got 7. And a foul coming down floor. It is on Cruz Richard, his second. Winding down 3 quarters. Final 36 seconds. Fowler misses once, hits the second, and he'll get the and one. 14 for Nolan Fowler. That brings it back to a 3-point game with Jake Asher, the guilty party on the foul. Fowler will get 1, and he's got 15. That's his first trip to the line. He's a 62% shooter, and he is right on his per-game average of near 15.5 with 15. Both Delta and Leopold are in their respective tunnels watching the close of this third quarter. And there's a little backcourt bump. Grady Johnson, that was not what you want with 28 seconds to go and just put your opponent at the foul line.
Asher will go to the free throw line for the first time in this one.
He has not scored in the game. He averages 5.3. Back to a 3-point Cub lead. Bell City last year 14-14, lost to Delta in the district semis. They haven't been to a district championship in any of the previous 7 years. That one good as well for Asher. And it's a 40-36 Cub lead. The 7 leads at 10. 10 led at the half by 2. Final NBA shot clock here in the third. Nolan Fowler sizing up Asher, trying to take him off the dribble. Baseline floater, no. Turnaround doesn't go for Estes. And rebounded by Blake Gerald. Final trip time for Bell City. Here's Asher, just went to the line, now spies Richard down low in the post. All 5'8", doing the work in the land of the tall timber, and Cruz Richard gives Bell City a seemingly massive 6-point lead in this game. 42-36. Fourth quarter next in Game 7 of the Christmas tournament on Aycorp Sports.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
42-36 to the fourth quarter. Bell City being led with 14 from Blake Gerald. Chaffee has got 15 from Nolan Fowler as we welcome you back inside the Show Me Center on campus at Southeast Missouri State University. Delta and Leopold, the last game of the night. That one's scheduled for a tip time of 9 o'clock as we reach the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour with 1 quarter to go here in Game 7. Winner of this one gets Woodland. The number 2 seeded Cardinals, no problem with Scott County Central in the second game of the day, 92-44. Seems like an eternity ago for that game. Bell City outscoring the Red Devils 18-10 in that third. It'll be Chaffee basketball to start the fourth. And Dane McMullen will inbound just in front of us. Clean up some debris from the pom-poms of the cheerleaders to start this final stanza, and away we go. Nolan Fowler, Dane McMullen back to work. Lob down in the post. The Red Devils trying to do it inside, and they will with Fowler, who's got 17. That's a game high. And back to a 4-point lead we go. Cubs on offense with Hernandez. Recent history has not been kind to Bell City. We told you each of the last 2 years, they've been the 7 seed over here, but the 7 years prior to that, they were a very low seed in the field, well into the double-digit range. Fowler again through traffic, scores again, he's got 19. Bell City had back-to-back winless years in 2018 and 19 when it combined 0-42. Then won 2 games, then won 1 game, then won 2 games, then won 5 games, then won 8 games, and then last year went 500 at 14-14. Long 3 by Hernandez, rims twice, comes off, and the ball taken away from Blake Gerald, who thought he was fouled. Fowler ends up with it. Fowler's turned into a game changer. Follow Yerler step, no good. Rebound offensive for Reichman. He'll finish. Roland Reichman with 8, and right back to all even come the Red Devils at 42 all.
And like you mentioned, it felt like we've been so tight all day, and that 6-point lead was a big lead. But again, we understand that's 2 possessions, or however we want to do it. But to watch it disappear as quickly as it just did, reminiscent on one level of the game that we saw with Charleston and what they did against Kelly. They were down 4 and then turned that thing around in a blink. Well, down 6, and just like that, back to even we go. I think Bell City in that third quarter, they made 7 of 8 field goals in the third quarter. They only had 8 attempts, and also went 7 of 8 at the free throw line.
Boy, you feel like you should get more than 8 attempts in a quarter. That's 1 a minute.
Yeah, and you remember the turnover number went up. They had 5. Very few possessions. What's hard to do as an individual and as a small group of people statting a game, I love the numbers now, like the efficiency of points per possession. And how that's why sometimes it's hard to gauge. Is 10 turnovers bad? No, that sounds pretty good. Well, wait a minute. We only had X number of possessions in the game.
True.
As opposed to a game that's just back and forth.
Yeah.
So you can't always just use that one number as a base. There's so many other factors that go into it. And maybe that's why, 8 attempts. For the game, 37 attempts coming into this quarter for Bell City, 46 for Chaffee.
Cale Richardson, no dice on that shot. Here come the Chaffee Red Devils on a swing pass. McMullen going hard to the hole, won't finish but fouled. And Jake Asher looks perplexed, and he's guilty of his third. We are into the fourth. Just over 2 minutes in. McMullen to the line, 0 for 2 today, 73% on the year. He averages nearly 20 a night. He has scored 5, 6 now. Chaffee last year 17-10, lost to Puxico in the district semis. Second free throw off the mark, rebound of the Cubs. And picked out of there by Blake Gerald. Prior to last year's 7-game above 500 winning season, Chaffee didn't have a winning season since 2018. They went 18-7 that year. Good perimeter passing by the Cubs to keep this possession alive. We're 2.5 minutes into the fourth. And that pass, well, I thought hit by Chaffee, but Bell City doesn't get the call. Red Devils had a winless season in 2015 when they went 0-20. This year off to a 5-2 start. Big early season game for both these teams. They are combined 11-3 record-wise. And a trip to the Christmas tournament quarters on the line to face a 2-seed Woodland that hung 92 on the board earlier today against Scott County Central. Shot clock at 5, and a foul. Cale Richardson is second.
We've talked to coaches about this over the years of tournaments that have 16 teams in a consolation bracket. But there are times that losing the first game isn't a terrible thing for your big picture week. Because a lot of times teams that lose early and they're kind of in that middle of the pack, you go on and win your consolation bracket, and your win-loss total for the week is really good. And that may be a good thing for your program at that point in time. Then there's teams that come over here and like, no, consolation bracket completely never acceptable. I don't care how we do when we get there.
Well, a lot of it depends on expectation coming
100%.
in, for sure. I mean, if the 15 seed goes 3-1, it's great. If the 2 seed goes 3-1, but the one loss came in game 1, it's a terrible week. Fowler has Chaffee now ahead by 3 after they trailed by 6 coming to this quarter. 21 for Fowler. Bell City's not scored in this fourth. Boy, very reminiscent, Mike, of what you talked about as Luke Bixler wants a timeout. We'll take it with him. Charleston ripped off the first 13 in a row to gain a comfortable lead in their matchup earlier against Kelly and then ran away with a 20-point victory. And here we have Chaffee, maybe not that to that degree, but a lead here in the fourth after they trailed by 6 on Aycorp Sports.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
It's a 9-0 run by Chaffee to turn a 6-point deficit into a 3-point lead here midway through the fourth. And again, Kelly took them a long time, better than half the fourth quarter for them to score. Cubs are in that same boat just about. Richardson trying to change that and does as he muscles his way down the lane. He's got 10. And it's a 1-point game at 45-44. By the way, Jake Asher for Bell City has 4 fouls. He is out of the game right now with 4:05 to go in the fourth. Underneath, Fowler, man, has he had a whale of a second half. That foul is on Logan Pikey. That is his 4th. Fowler with 23. He's made all 3 of his free throws. And an offensive rebound off that miss by Grant Johnson. How about a 3 from Johnson? Doesn't go. Pikey grabs that board.
Felt like a big shot right there, didn't it?
It did. Margin 3. Cubs can tie on this trip with a triple. Hernandez. Right elbow extended hits. He's got 6. It's just been so tight. Again, that 6-point lead Bell City had going to the fourth quarter was one of the largest leads of the game. Feed inside, Fowler again, contact up, doesn't get that one to fall. Fights for his own rebound. He and Gerald come together, and we'll go held ball, and Bell City owns the arrow. And here comes Jake Asher with those 4 fouls, replacing Pikey.
Greg Fowler in this half from the field is 5 of 10 and 3 of 4 at the free throw line in that first half. 12 attempts, he made 5 of 12 there. So 22 shot attempts. He's made 10 of the 22, and they are going to him a lot here down the stretch for good reason, as he leads the team by a wide margin with those 23 points, again, on 22 shot attempts.
Asher, pump fake, gets down low in the post, forces it up off rim, no good. Got to be careful with those 4 fouls. Almost picked up his 5th there. McMullen at the other end. Hernandez blocked it. The foul doesn't go. Colby Estes had it on rim. Chaffee gets the ball back, though. A deflected ball. Johnson from the corner doesn't go. Hernandez just out-muscled on the glass by Reichman. That doesn't go. And another offensive rebound for Chaffee. And the crowd applauding at their effort to continue to clean the window. Fowler 1 and 3. Goes inside, good defense for Bell City, and finally somebody able to score. It's Reichman who's got 10. Boy, how many chances did they have on that trip?
And Reichman, who finished, gives him a double-double at 10 points and now 15 rebounds. And what a job to just eat up glass on that possession.
Wow. Full timeout here at the Show Me Center. You see the difference of 3 with 2:08 to go. The 10 seed trying to pull so far the lone upset on day 1 of the Christmas tournament.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Chaffee's won 9 of the last 14 between these two. From Cape Girardeau, Christmas tournament coverage continues on Aycorp Sports. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves. Thank our entire crew for their efforts of this one under the direction of Joshua I. Tyler Lassiter on the graphics. Matt Walker on the switcher. Brad Halford, Peyton Hartline, Marley Hatton on the cameras. Our stat guy is Matthew Williams for this game.
Don't forget Andrew Moore. We had to add him to the list on the graphics.
I talked about him earlier, but he's out in Bloomfield. He only gets one mention.
So he's not even gonna. Yeah, he's not even gonna know that we didn't talk about him.
I did talk about him.
I know, but the most recent time we skip over him every now and then. Wow, what a busy week it is for Aycorp Sports though with this tournament in Bloomfield.
And a travel called against Cruz Richard. There's 7 people right there to put this production together for you here at this venue, and you figure the outfit in Bloomfield's doing about the same thing. Minute 50 to go. And we get the easy job. We just sit here and talk. They got to do all the work.
They got to be smart and know how to take care of all the tech side of things.
Now you're gotten down to crunch time. 90 seconds to go. Chaffee with the ball and up 3. Fowler gave it off to Colby Estes, who couldn't finish, and we go held ball. Red Devils own the arrow.
Now we get to the point that shot clock does matter. We haven't talked about it a lot today. 8 on the clock here to get a good shot.
Knocked down was Estes before the inbound. It was nearly deflected, but McMullen came down with it. He'll hoist from 3 with 4 on the clock. It's rims off, no good. And another offensive rebound for Chaffee, a negative fresh clock at 35. Now they can milk it a little bit, but again, the margin's only 3. Richards swiping at the basketball in the hands of Grant Johnson. Richardson comes over to help. In the air, give up to Grant Johnson. Lost it, turned it over. Quick outlet from Richardson to Richard, and he is fouled. Bell City arguing an intentional foul, but I don't think they're going to win that argument. Nope, just 2 free throws.
And I'm okay that you would have that discussion. Such a difficult call when you use the word intentional, because obviously intent is hard to judge. Without a doubt, he fouled him to keep him from shooting the layup.
Foul on Nolan Fowler. Cruz Richard is 2 of 2 at the line with 1 more coming, this to make it a 1-point game. Cruz Richard has 10, now 11. We got a tight one late in the 7-10 matchup. Chaffee trying to atone for a loss in the Iran tournament to these Cubs and exact some revenge and get to the quarterfinals of the Christmas tournament to face Woodland tomorrow. Quick inbound give and go to McMullen. Deflected to Johnson, loose in the corner and out of bounds. It stays with Chaffee.
Greg, I think this possession just about get your best shot scored. The clock can't even really be thought about on this possession, except for your shot clock that you don't want to have run late on you.
Inbound tight to the sideline. Estes forced into an awkward shot from the backside. He thought he was fouled. That shot blocked. Mike, the shot clock ran out and turned off, and there was never a shot that hit the rim, was there?
Yeah, but there was not enough time that should have run out. It wasn't even close. I don't know what happened.
All that exchange is going to send Chaffee to the line in the person of Roland Reichman.
Reichman had 2 more rebounds in that sequence. Greg, his game total is 18.
Wow. He averages 9.9.
You know what I feel like happened? I feel like the clock automatically defaulted to off as soon as the game clock hit 35. Because the shot clock was not in danger of running out.
Reichman has missed his last 3 at the stripe. He averages 10.3. He's scored 10. The best he can do here is make it a 2-point game. Bell City has the lower 2 players switch positions. Chaffee does the same with their next 2 closest guys. Trying to make it a 2-point game. He does.
Greg, Chaffee's got 3 fouls to give.
Your point being they can play ultra aggressive defense
really
if they want.
And if you use up some of the fouls to have them inbound, it takes a little longer to inbound. But I'm not one to just burn them. I watch teams do it all the time. There's 1, there's 2. You know, we had them to give. I'm more to say let's go out and play up in their shirt defense. And if we get a steal, great. And if they call a foul as a common foul, whatever. We got them to give with your team foul for the quarter sitting at 1. But use them in a way that's advantageous from a strategy perspective. Not just they cross half court, we go slap them on the arm. I know that allows you to take a little more time as the ball comes inbound again.
Right.
But I like it to be used, if you're going to do it, try to make a game-altering play, make a steal, you know, make sure that whoever might commit that foul or be ultra-aggressive is not someone who's in foul trouble. And then some coaches just elect we're just not going to play it. We're just going to play it straight. We're not going to worry too much about that. But this is one time where the fouls being per quarter matter a lot.
Asher on the inbound gets it right back up to give from Gerald. NBA shot clock in the final quarter, a 2-point game. Bell City trailing. Hard to the basket. Hernandez got himself in trouble and a hold, and there's one of those fouls to give for Chaffee. No shots here.
Yep, nothing at all wrong with that. First of all, he had a chance to maybe go up underneath the basket and hit a game-tying shot. So it's a great time to commit a foul there. That was used wisely.
Colby Estes with his second. Hernandez now will trigger on the baseline. Got it into Gerald, and there's another foul. That one on Grant Johnson. That's probably the variety you don't like, correct?
Yeah, because there was nothing other than, all right, they do have to inbound it again, is accomplished there. There was no chance to get a steal off of that or a positive defensive play.
Bell City down a pair. They led by 6 going to the fourth quarter. Chaffee started the fourth on a 9-0 run. Hernandez on rim, it falls off. Got the good feed from Richardson. Chaffee gets the ball back. Hernandez has to steal, and 2 Dane McMullen free throws can make it a 2-possession game.
Sure, Hernandez kicking himself a little bit like, how did that one not go? He got it right where he wanted it. There's no doubt. There's no way that he could have wanted a better look than what he just got. But far from over in regards to what happens with these shots. This matters a lot.
McMullen 73% in the year. He's 1 of 4 today. And it falls off. Bell City does have a 2 timeouts left, a full and a 30. Second one around it in. 7 seconds to go. Margin 3. Picked off at the timeline. McMullen has to be fouled. And now with 3.5 to go, 1 free throw can put it away. How about the defensive effort by the Chaffee Red Devils?
With 2 timeouts left, a little surprised Bell City didn't take one after the main free throw.
I am too.
If you only had 1, I could understand try to get it inbounds, advance it a little ways before you call a timeout. But they had 2 left. A little surprised they didn't burn one of those 2, assuming, again, that the scoreboard timeouts remaining are correct.
McMullen with 8. And likely puts it to bed for the number 10 seed. Second one no good. That'll make Bell City start the clock on the rebound and exacting some revenge indeed for the Chaffee Red Devils. 52-48. Another big fourth quarter here on day 1. They hold Bell City to 6 in the fourth quarter, and they score 16 themselves. 52-48, the final, and the number 10 seed reaches round 2. It'll be Chaffee and Woodland tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Bell City will get Scott County Central tomorrow morning at 10:30. We'll take a break and come back. Numbers and hopefully a post-game conversation with Chaffee's Josh Govro, all coming up here on Aycorp Sports.
This is us.
We'll take it out. Yeah, you want it.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Every once in a while, coaches talk a lot about got to gut one out. You just got to find ways. What do you do to get it done? Well, Chaffee's a 52-48 winner over Bell City, the first lower-seeded team to post a victory here today. Josh Govero is their head coach. And, Coach, is that what that comes down to? We've got to gut it out and find a way, make plays to get it done. Is that how you describe the way that one went?
Absolutely. We knew coming in, we had played Bell City in the championship game of the Orion tournament, and we knew they're going to be a physical, fundamental team that play hard. Hats off to Coach Bixler. I mean, their kids are going to come out and play hard. And, we played them the first time, the first half, it seemed like we couldn't find a way to score, and we weren't making any plays. And I told them today before the game, I said, listen, if we have a situation like that, I said we just have to come together at some point and make a play, whether that's getting a deflection or getting an offensive rebound, find a way to make an impact. And, I challenged them at halftime. I told them guys, I said it's going to come down to, 50-50 balls, defensive rebounds. If we can control those, I said I think we'll find a way to win at the end. And I think we found those way to make those plays in the second half.
Is the sequence of offensive rebound after offensive rebound, second chance late in that game, does that just put that in a nutshell for you?
Oh, yeah. That was, you hate to see us miss 2-footers, but by golly, when they kept going after it, I called timeout right after we scored, and I said, that's a beautiful possession, just seeing how much we wanted to find a way to score 2 points. I said, this timeout's nothing but giving you a break. I said, now the rest of this game, we have to make sure we're doing the same thing on the defensive end. I said, buy in like you did that possession. I said, and we're going to win the game.
You mentioned the defensive end. Your thoughts on your effort and your execution on that end of the floor?
I thought it was pretty good. We were playing on the big floor with our press. We weren't just trying so much to speed them up and trap as much as we were, just to kind of not let them get set up. I think Bell City's a really good half-court set team. We kind of, when we played in the OIT, it was kind of where we were guarding them in the half-court more than, letting them come walk the ball up the floor and get set up in something. And kind of with the shot clock, we wanted to, try to kill some of that time, and then they had to come down. It was not as much time to work. So over and all, I think we did what we were trying to do. I think we had some holiday legs in us too at times and couldn't keep the ball in front of us. But overall, what would you say, that hold them to 48? So we'll take that against a good Bell City team.
Wrap it up with this, and we'll let you move on your way. And things happen quick around here. You play, you got to come right back at it. Just overall general thoughts on Woodland and what you expect from them with almost, no prep time. You just got to talk about things. What do you expect as you come out and get ready for that game?
They can shoot it, and they have some kids who can score. And I know I came and watched them early this morning, and to start the game they struggled, but you can't count on that. They have so many kids who can come in and shoot the basketball and find ways to score. So I'll tell you, if I could hold them to 48, I would take it right now in a heartbeat. Coach Kinder does a good job. It's going to be a challenge for us. Hopefully we had the legs to come back and give the same effort. But excited to play them. They're a good team, and for us to get to where we need to be by the end of the year, we need to play this good team. So I'm just glad we get the opportunity.
Congrats on this one. We'll see you again tomorrow evening.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Victory going the way of the Chaffee Red Devils, I should say, in this one, 52-48. They gutted out at the end. A big fourth quarter outscoring Bell City 16-6. We'll go ahead and keep things here since we had a chance to visit with Coach Govero. We'll stay with the stats from that game. We'll go individual first. Nolan Fowler, 23 for Chaffee to lead the way. Roland Reichman, 11 points and 18 rebounds for the Red Devils. After that, they get 8 points from Dane McMillan, also 8 from Grant Johnson and 2 from Colby Estes. Bell City, they're led by 14 from Blake Jarrell, 11 from Cruz Richard, 10 from Cale Richardson. They get 6 points from Juan Hernandez, 5 from Logan Pike, and 2 from Jake Asher. Your individual numbers, Chaffee shot 64 times, making 19 of those 64. They had a tremendous advantage in numbers of shots taken. That's a 30% clip. 19 of 45, 42% was the final number for Bell City. Three-point shooting, both teams struggled for three-point land. 12% on 2 of 17 for Chaffee. Bell City, 11%. They went 1 of 9. 12 of 23 at the free throw line for Chaffee. I know they'd like seeing that number be a little better at 52%. A solid night at the line for Bell City, going 9 of 10. Rebound advantage to Chaffee, 40-27. Turnovers, 13 for Bell City, 9 for Chaffee. And scoring off the bench, Bell City had the advantage there, 11-0. So they, that being Chaffee, join Jackson, Woodland, Cape Central, Cape Notre Dame, Charleston, and Scott City as winners today. One more game on the docket. It's coming up in a little less than 8 minutes as the 8 and 9 seeds take the floor. That'll be Delta against Leopold. We'll step out, take our break. We'll set the scene for that when we come back as you're watching it all right here on Aycorp Sports.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed. for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
We have made it to the finale of day one of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Number 8 versus number 9 to see who plays the team that won the lead game to kick off this effort this morning. Number 1, Jackson, waits in the wings for either Delta or Leopold. Good evening, everybody. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves. Thrilled to be part of the Aycorp Sports production group that brings you wire-to-wire coverage of this entire tournament. 26 games over a 4 basketball day stretch with a Sunday and a day off, likely well needed in between after back-to-back 8-game days. We just saw Chaffee lodge the first upset of day one, a 10 besting a 7, 52-48 to advance to round 2. The Red Devils will take on number 2 Woodland coming up tomorrow. Now we see who gets the tournament's defending champs on day 2. Mike's got the starting lineups for Delta and Leopold.
Delta 7-0 in the year. Toby Heave, their head coach, 4th year. They've drawn an 8th seed in the tournament, and they start Ryan Jeffries, a 5'10 senior, along with Bryce Cox, a senior at 6 feet tall. Skylar Bindevin is a 5'10 junior. Isaiah Berry, 5'8 and a senior. Paxton Hornbuckle, he's a senior. He's 6'1". Leopold, they're 3-4. They're the 9 seed. Jimmy Lincoln, 2nd-year head coach. Tommy B. Sinks in the lineup, a 6'1 junior, a 6'3 senior, and Preston Campbell. Braden Dwyer, a 6'3 freshman. Riley Engelland is a 6'4 senior, and a freshman at 5'10 in Jacob Biesink. Those are your lineups for the 8 and 9 seeds on the bracket as we reach the finale of day 1, the last game of session 2. And as I said earlier, Greg, that after this one's over, grab a quick nap, come back, do it again.
It better be more than a nap.
It's going to feel
it better be more than a nap.
I think it's only going to feel like a nap when it's all said and done.
Got to sleep fast with day 2 coming early tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. They are into the final game in Bloomfield with day 1 of that tournament. They're a little bit ahead of us. So we'll welcome in a new audience once things wrap up in their final game of day 1 that has Twin Rivers and Portageville doing battle off the 6 and 11 line.
One of my favorite all-time broadcasters. Again, dating myself, but a number of our viewers will know exactly what I mean by it with the Cardinals' Jack Buck, and I shared with you that one of his favorite lines when they had the night game that go into extra innings, and then you got the day game the next day. Be like, sleep fast, because we're right back at it tomorrow at noon. Well, this is going to be a sleep fast because we'll be right back at it at 9 a.m.
Yes, it will.
And we'll have the quarterfinal bracket completed on both sides of the bracket once we complete this last game of the evening, scheduled for a 9 o'clock start, and given the number of games you play and
I'll take it.
It's going to tip off at just before 9:10, and we're going to find out who puts that final piece of the quarterfinal puzzle together.
Given where this day could have gone, I will take 9 minutes late. No problem with that whatsoever. Leopold in the blue, Delta in the white. A whole bunch of cats involved at this one, Bobcats and Wildcats. Leopold measuring for the first shot from Braden Dwyer. The freshman hoists and can't convert. We sit courtside with you, been here all day. Mike and I will bring you 8 more tomorrow. And then the long welcomed Sunday day off. That one forced up by Bryce Cox to no avail, but a loose ball in the paint. It's a jailbreak now for the blue shirts and a foul, likely on Isaiah Berry. First foul of the proceedings from this one. If you're wondering what is going on with that Bloomfield tournament, again, you can find coverage on the Aycorp Sports YouTube platform. The day started out there with Dexter, 98-22 win over Holcomb. Here's a long three from Tommy Besink, no good. Rebounded by Ryan Jeffries. And we welcome those of you who may have been keeping up with that Bloomfield tournament. Twin Rivers winning the final game just moments ago, 48-41. Just kind of rolling through what has taken place out there. Dexter, East Carter, Van Buren in overtime, Malden, Puxico, Risco, and Bernie all prevailing, joining Twin Rivers. This is the final game on day one here from Cape Girardeau in the Show Me Center with the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Preston Campbell at the free throw line. This is Delta and Leopold. And Campbell, a 71% free throw shooter, puts the first points on the board for Leopold. At the other end, Barry, who committed that foul, does the same for Delta. Riley England out for a long three, and that's good. Dwyer's 34%, Braden Dwyer from three. That three-point shot well off, but an offensive rebound putback is good for Skylar Vandeven. He averages 13.8. Dwyer averages 14.3. Delta with a takeaway and a 3-on-1. Here's Barry to the rack, put it home. Barry's got 4, and Delta's lead is 2 at 6-4. These are the middle two seeds at 8-9. And end-to-end action with Campbell laying in 2.
Yeah, you always feel like if the coaches were on top of things and the seeds are what you hope that they would be, 8-9 should always be a really good one on opening day. No question 7-10 just was.
Yeah, 4-point win for the 10 seed. Here's Barry motoring baseline, shut off. Found a cutter, but Vandeven left it short. Vandeven going after his own rebound. It's loose and knocked out of bounds off of England. Delta comes in here, a perfect 7-0. Zalma, Delta out of Deering, Arcadia Valley, Oak Ridge, Scott County Central, Meadow Heights, and Leopold. These Leopold Wildcats just before the tournament, 74-57. Bell City had just beaten Chaffee earlier this year in the Oran Invitational, was trying to go 2-0 against the Red Devils, but Chaffee had other plans tonight. So Leopold would like to exact some revenge in this game against Delta. Leopold comes in 3-4. They started the season winning 3 out of their first 4. They beat Zalma, went to the Woodland tournament, took 2 out of 3, beat Greenville and East Prairie, lost to Woodland in the middle game, and then lost to Woodland again to enter a 3-game skid coming here. Pull-up jumper good for Paxton Hornbuckle, who's got a pair. Other than the loss to the Cardinals, they also lost to Bell City and these Delta Bobcats. So a lot of familiarity with the teams in the tournament for Leopold so far here in the early portion of the 2025-26 schedule.
Hey, Greg, it's, I think, easy to assume, and I think likely correct to assume, if you're undefeated at this point and draw an 8 seed, the strength of schedule is going to come into coaches' heads as to why you'd be an 8 seed and not higher up on the seed bracket.
Preston Campbell with a basket. Delta in traffic, little right-hand floater, won't fall for Bryce Cox. Rebound for the Leopold Wildcats on the 9 line. And you're talking about that 7-0 mark despite the 8 seed with Delta, is that what you're referring to?
You got to think that, okay, we're going to look at who you played as part of the equation.
Run out layup by Bryce Cox, who averages 11.5, has 2.
I think you could also look at Leopold and go, 9 is a pretty respected seed for a team that's at 3 and 4.
Yeah. There's a blocking foul called against Delta. That one's on Cohen Palmer. Already their 4th club foul here in this first quarter with 3:41 to go. So welcome to those of you who've been enjoying part of the Bloomfield tournament on this first tournament day after Christmas in both venues. Greg Allen, Mike Reeves with coverage here from Southeast Missouri State University. Here's Tommy Biesink from downtown, doesn't go. Offensive rebound, Braden Dwyer. Oh, traffic jam right around the top of the 3-point circle. It is hair on fire basketball here in this first quarter, to say the least. Man, this thing is wide open, full throttle all over the place.
Well, they took the timeout to save that possession. It felt like for all the while that wasn't a possession worth saving, but you do get the ball. You get enough timeouts. That one shouldn't be too harmful to burn early on in this one. And certainly competitive, Greg, as we get underway in this one. Turnover numbers, 5 total in the game. Leopold with 3 of those. Neither team has shot it poorly. Delta has actually come out, found a way to make 5 shots in their first 9 attempts. Leopold, on the other hand, just 6 attempts, and they've made 3 of their 6. So a game that, for the final game of the night, appears for all the world like it's going to bring us a lot of action.
Delta on offense with Skylar Vandeven. Coming up on 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, with Delta up by 2 at 10-8. Not able to add to that lead, and the ball into the hands of Braden Dwyer. Leopold down the left side of the paint with Dwyer. And more free throws coming up for Leopold. The 5th club foul on Delta in the quarter. Bryce Cox assessed his first, and that'll put a 58% shooter and a freshman, Braden Dwyer, at the free throw line. He averages 14.3. And he had 3 points, now 4. Leopold's taken all 3 of the foul shots in this game. They're a collective 2 of 3. Winner gets number 1 Jackson tomorrow at 4:30. Loser has to turn around and play at 1:30 tomorrow against the 16 seed in the Blue Jays of Oak Ridge. This finishes out day 1. 16 games on the Aycorp Sports platform today. Takeaway into a Campbell run-out layup, good. Campbell, a 7-point first quarter, going a long way towards his 11.4 point per game average. Cohen Palmer from distance. Palmer doesn't score a ton, just 2.3 per night. And Palmer with a takeaway in the backcourt, and an extra possession for the Bobcats. That play rescued by Isaiah Berry. Jumper on the end line, good for Paxton Hornbuckle, who's got 4. And Delta's lead is a trio at 15-12. Here's Campbell. Give up to the trailer. That's a travel and called as such.
Turnover number 5 for the Wildcats. The Bobcats have committed 3. And Delta at the outset of this one now is 7 for 12 from the field. Only 7 field goals attempted for Leopold in this one. They've made 4 of their 7. Delta's been red hot.
Jimmy Lincoln in his second season with the Leopold Wildcats. They went 17-10 last year. In the paint, little hook shot, Hornbuckle, no good. The follow, though, is, and a foul to go with it for Skylar Vandeven, who's got 4. Dylan Jansen picks up the foul, his first. Vandeven, first free throws for the Bobcats in the game. He's a 68% tosser. He averages 13.8. He's now got 5. Leopold above 500 each of the last 2 years, and 4 of the last 5. In traffic, Biesink down low on the blocks. 18-14 in a wide open first quarter. Last district title for Leopold, 2022. They lost to South Iron in the state quarterfinals, 74-39. Isaiah 20-14. Isaiah Berry's got 6. Here's a 3 left wing. That's in and out. And on the rebound, a foul coming up on Leopold.
I will say if Delta continues to shoot around a 67% clip for the entire 32 minutes
You're
of
going to
this
go out
one,
on a limb here?
I would go on a limb and say that they'd be very difficult to beat.
Up by 6. Led by 4th-year head coach Toby Heeb, who used to be the head coach of the New Madrid County Central girls team. Reverse layup. Percentage goes up a little bit. Vandeven inside. We ran into Tony Heeb going broadcast games when Coach Heeb and his Lady Eagles played Park Hills Central in some state playoff games. In fact, Mike, that was responsible for, I believe, our only lone broadcast trip to New Madrid that you and I have made together. 6.5 to go. Spot up top of the arc 3. Got it! Ryan Jeffries caps an explosive first quarter for Delta to lead by 11 at the end of one, 25-14 over the Wildcats of Leopold. Second quarter on day one's final game coming up after this on Aycorp Sports.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission.
Joshua I, our director and producer for this one, part of the Aycorp Sports group. Thrilled to bring you coverage here from Cape Girardeau to the basket. That one off from Braden Dwyer. And here come the Bobcats back with the rock.
65% shooting in the first quarter.
That'll do it
for Delta on 11 of 17. Leopold went 5 of 9, so a difference of 8 in just shot attempts. 2 of 3 from the three-point line for Delta. 1 of 4 for Leopold. Free throws, 1 of 1 Delta, 3 of 4 Leopold in that opening quarter.
Jacob Biesink guilty of his second. Offensive rebound, Vandeven. He's done some great work on the window. Another possession here for Delta. And a foul and a reach in. If that's on Biesink, that's his third. It is. Second in a row on Jacob Biesink. Ryan Jeffries with all the scoring for Delta. He's only got 3. I say only. This could make it 6. He averages 22 and a half a contest for the Delta Bobcats. Here's a tough angled shot that goes for Preston Campbell, who's got 9.
Campbell yet to miss a shot from the field. He's gone 4 of 4.
Give you the tournament resume for the number 8 seed in Delta. It is their best seed since they went back-to-back with 6s. Here's a layup underneath for Vandeven, who's got 9. In 2018 and 19. In between, they were 5 years in a row a double-digit seed, as low as the worst team in the field just 2 years ago. Now they're up to an 8. Wildcats in the corner. Campbell bailed on the 3, got the ball knocked out of bounds, but last touch by him, and it belongs to Delta.
Turnovers are now 7-3. That's the 7th against the Wildcats.
Delta hasn't won a first-round game since those years of being the 6th seed in 2018 and 19, and have since lost 5 consecutive first-round games. If you want to go farther back, those 2 wins in the first round when they were 6 seeds, they're only 2 first-round wins since 2008. That shot blocked, great defense. And no foul call, but the ball out of bounds off Leopold. Last year, Delta, despite the 13 seed, beat Kelly in a consolation quarterfinal, eventually bowed out when they lost to Iran by 1 in a consolation semi. Inbound into Paxton Hornbuckle. And a hand check foul on the Wildcats. Coming up on Braden Dwyer, that's his first. It's already the 3rd club foul in the quarter. Delta had first quarter foul trouble. Leopold now has second quarter foul trouble.
Pick up another one.
That's
here.
their 4th.
Preston Campbell guilty of that one. So, Greg, have you ever been a proponent of, we hear it sometimes in these big tournaments of 16 teams, finishing better than your seed is part of the equation to try to judge whether or not your tournament was successful. Generally on board with that?
Generally, I'd say there's also an eye test element to it as well, but as a general rule, sure, I'll go with that.
I was thinking about teams that legitimately probably would, number 1, have a chance to do that, and number 2, would be really thrilled with doing that. And obviously, the further you get down in the seed order, the more happy you are if you finish above that.
Yeah. Long 3-ball good for Tommy Biesink, who's got 5. 34% from deep. He averages just shy of 16 a game. Bryce Cox the other way, shut off baseline, being pressured, throws it away. The man he tried to throw it to, Isaiah Berry, had cut from the wing, and it vacated the area, and the ball showed up, and nobody was there.
Bobcats' 5th turnover.
Are you going somewhere with this?
I am in some ways. In that consolation bracket, technically you finish 9th if you win it.
Right. Layup by a cutting Braden Dwyer's got 7, and all of a sudden it's a 6-point game. Delta nursing that lead, open from the wing. Cohen Palmer didn't squeeze the 3.
If Bell City runs the table as the 7th seed down there, can they still have had a pretty good week going 3-1?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they won't better their seed, their 7, but they can still call it a pretty successful week.
Tough basket. No, it's an offensive foul for Ryan Jeffries. Take the 2 off the board. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you know, if they win it, the consolation bracket, like you said, they finished 9th. They're the 7. It's 2 worse than their starting spot, but Look at the path if they would have won. You get a 2 seed that put 94 on the board. Bell City was held to 48 by a team 3 seeds less than they. Pull-up jumper, B-Sync, splash. All of a sudden, Leopold has come alive in this second quarter, and the margin's 4.
Making shots makes the game feel a whole lot better when you can knock down a few.
In the moment, I'm sure the loss right now doesn't feel too good, but at the end of the week, if they go 3-1, yeah, it's a pretty good week. B-Sync has a rebound off the miss.
So I'll flip that from our last game. If Chaffee loses the next 2 games, did they have a good week? That's a tough one.
A good week. Flop job at the end line and a travel called on Leopold.
So you're the 10 seed who played the quarter and then conceivably could lose that quarter. And then you could lose your 5th place semi.
But you would finish better than your seed.
You finished better than your seed. You went 1 and 2. It gets dicey for those middle of the pack seeds.
Yeah.
It's a conversation for every 16-team field I've ever looked at, especially when a 10 or a 9 wins their game and moves into the quarterfinal as an unexpected, if you will, team. There's no real upset in this game. We know that in this one.
Isaiah Berry misses a turnaround jumper. If Chaffee were to lose to Woodland, they'd get the loser of the Cape Central Scott City game. Here's a 3 from the wing by Tommy B-Sync. And the Wildcats are right back in it, down by 1. Either way, they'd have to steal another upset to do something better than 1 and 2. Baseline, Ryland Huffman, empty, no good. Rebounded, 1 and done. Wildcats have that good lead pass in transition. Preston Campbell all the way, got bumped and fouled. I don't know if, I don't think I'd call it a good week. I think good is strong.
How about you lose both of them and compete really well in both as a 10?
It's trending more toward, and again, that's the eye test part of it, right?
It is.
If you're just going to tell me blanketly they lose, I don't like that. Okay, they lose by 1 on a last-second shot.
And played very well.
That changes the narrative.
Just something for discussion and something to think about in these tournaments with these big fields. Again, the champion's not the only team that walks out of here feeling like they had a good week. There will be others.
That foul on Ryland Huffman. A couple of free throws for Preston Campbell, who's got 11. 2:53 to go here in the half of the opening day's final game. Leopold has taken the lead by 1. Delta, their only tournament title in 1968 over here. They have not played in the tournament semifinals since 2008, at least. That foul called on Dylan Jansen. Number 2 on him. Over the limit are the Wildcats that'll send Delta to the line in the person of Paxton Hornbuckle, 71% shooter on the year. Delta played in the 5th place game in back-to-back years. Both years they were the 6th seed in 18 and 19. Lost them both, and both times lost to Oran. Hornbuckle good on that shot. He's got 5. Prior to last year, they were 2 and done 3 years in a row. No dice on the second shot. Rebound to Braden Dwyer. Leopold has never won the tournament. A 9 seed this year matches their best seed since 2014. They were the 9 in 2021. They've been a double-digit seed every other one of those years since 2014. From 14 to 18, 5 years in a row, they went 0-2 in the tournament. They lost 10 straight games. Last year, they won the consolation bracket as the 11. Offensive foul called there on Riley England. It's getting a little chippy here on the night's finale.
A lot of contact led up to that. England was kind of being bumped and pawed at and clawed at. And then he did lower the shoulder. Once the whistle blew, Greg, I think it's the right call, but there was probably enough contact before that that you could have whistled the defensive foul.
8 and 9 and two familiar teams tied late in the half with 1:53 to go and a travel called against Delta. And kind of to your point, Mike, with that 7-10 matchup, the 11 seed last year won the losers bracket, or as consolation bracket some might call it, finished 9th.
I think most of the time you walk off the court on that last night going, we'll take that. 3 wins, 11 seed.
Right.
Yep.
The 2 years prior, Leopold went 0-2 and out. Long 3 off the mark for Ryan Jeffries. 1 and done with the rebound down to Preston Campbell, who brings in 5.7 a night on average, and a backcourt foul called against Isaiah Berry. That's number 2 on him. No semifinal appearances for Leopold since at least the 07 campaign. Live ball turnover, middle of the floor. Delta picks it up. Here's Vandeven. Body to body with a defender down the lane. It rims off, no good. Tipped out of bounds. We're going to go Leopold possession. Nope, change it. Delta. Make it Deltas. The official pointed one way, then went the other with 70 ticks to go in a tie game and a half. Ryan Jeffries off the inbound. 3, right wing. Won't fall for Berry. Braden Dwyer grabs that rebound. Piecing. Good hesitation, baseline, couldn't do anything with it. Now he's got the ball back, shot clock at 12. 38 to go in the game clock. Clock down to 7 on the shot selection. And a light foul called on the sideline. That one against Bryce Cox. That's his second. And after the foul, a fresh shot clock. So really, Leopold, if they wanted to, could hold for the final shot of the half. We're tied at 28. Game and shot clock were virtually identical. That will change now with the change of possession on the Wildcats' 11th turnover. Great job by our entire crew tonight. Brad Halford, Peyton Hartline, Marley Hatton on the cameras here for the last handful of games. Here's Ryan Jeffries, and he got called for traveling. 7 turnovers by Delta. Sloppy first half all in all. It's been ragged, that's for sure.
Ragged is a real good word. The turnover number given
11 and 7.
That's a bit high. I think both coaches would like to see that toned down some.
6 to go in the half. Coming over the timeline, Campbell all the way coast to coast. Too strong off glass. Actually, that was Braden Dwyer. Check that. And that's the way the half finishes. Decided nothing through 16 minutes of basketball. 8 and 9 right about where they should be at intermission. 28 all. The big story, Leopold outscored Delta in that quarter 14-3. Delta led at the end of one, 25-14. Halftime report coming up after this. The day one finale from the Show Me Center of the 81st Annual Southeast Missouri Christmas Tournament, all brought to you by Aycorp Sports.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Real estate isn't just about opening doors. It's about navigating contracts, inspections, and deadlines. Hi, I'm Karen Hillis, your full-time local realtor. I'll guide you every step of the way and handle the details so you can focus on the move.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
This is us.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
At Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
People come in here to shop that are visiting in Dexter. The first thing I always do is ask them where they're going to eat and give them pointers on some of our great local-owned restaurants. We have a lot of good local shopping that I always point them toward. A lot of people like more of the nature and wildlife.
Ribs and barbecue is our thing. That's what put us here to begin with. The hickory log name.
Agriculture is not a fad, and it's not for the faint of heart. Long days become long nights, sacrificing time away from your family, even on weekends, just so you can get the crop in and get the crop out. This is your way of life. At Farm Credit Southeast Missouri, we are 100% bought into your commitment. Because we are customer-owned, it is our mission to be your ag lender, and we intend to be your value-added partner for next year and the long term.
Your ag lender will always be there.
At Focus Bank, we understand your community because it's our community too. With branches across Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas, Focus Bank offers services such as fraud protection, really free checking, and mobile banking that lets you bank simply and securely, anytime, anywhere. Stop by any of our branches or visit us online to open an account today. Plus, you'll receive an awesome free gift just from opening your really free checking account. And when you refer someone who opens an account, you'll both receive a gift. Focus Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
At First State Community Bank, our why is simple: to bring a positive impact to every community we serve. We are your neighbors and partners in building a stronger hometown. We work side by side with our community to help local businesses grow and families succeed. Our team takes the time to understand what matters to you, combining personal services with the latest technology so you can bank your way. Stop by one of our locations or visit us at fscb.com.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
In farming, the weather always cooperates. The soil is always balanced. Seedlings always flourish.
But that's fantasy. This is farming. Seed, bred and tested for your reality. Dynagrow Seed, for real.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
We have reached half of the final game of the night, and as far as the scoreboard is concerned, nothing has been decided. Delta Leopold reached the break at 28-28. Let's jump into the numbers from the first half. Individual first, we'll look at Delta being led by Skylar Vandeven with 9 points. After that, they have 6 from Isaiah Berry, 5 points from Paxton Hornbuckle, 3 each from Cohen Palmer and Ryan Jeffries. Bryce Cox has 2. The Wildcats from Leopold have 11 from Preston Campbell, 10 from Tommy Bisick, and 7 from Braden Dwyer. 3 players have accounted for all of the points for Leopold. The team numbers, 12 of 28 from the field, 43% for Delta. Remember, they made 11 of their first 17 shots, went 1 of 11 in that second quarter. 12 of 28 is good for 43%. 10 for 17 from the field, 59% for Leopold. They started the game 5 of 9 in the first quarter, so they went 5 of 8 in that second quarter. Again, not many shot attempts going up from three-point range. Delta went 2 of 6, and Leopold went 3 of 6. Free throw line, Bobcats had 3 attempts, made 2. The Wildcats had 6 attempts, made 5 for 83%. Rebound advantage to Leopold, 11-10. Turnovers, Wildcats have given it up 11 times. Bobcats have done so 7 times. Scoring off the bench, not much to speak of there. 3-0. That favors Delta. We're tied at the half, 28-28. Scores from earlier today here, 7 games final. Jackson 90-23 over Oak Ridge. Woodland a 92-44 winner over Scott County Central. It was Cape Central 74, Meadow Heights 16. Cape Notre Dame beats Oran 71-29. Charleston 75-55 over Kelly. Charleston trailed by 4 after 3 quarters in that one. Scott City 64-22 over Advance. And Chaffee, number 10 seed, beat Bell City the 7th seed 52-48.
And for those of you that were locked into the Bloomfield tournament today, number 1 Dexter 98-22 over Holcomb. It was East Carter, the 8 seed, edging the 9 seed Kennett 66-47. We get a foul just to get things underway here in the third. It'll come against Leopold. And it'll be Riley England second. And that ball off the inbound, the official's going to talk about this one. One had a player on the sideline. They just want to make sure they have the same call. It's going to be a turnover, and the Wildcats get the basketball. Van Buren, the 4 seed, needed overtime to dispatch number 13 Richland down in Bloomfield. 77-66. Malden, 62-28, doing a number on the 12 seed Bloomfield. Puxico, no problem with Gideon in the 2-15 matchup, 72-30. 7 seed Risco over number 10 East Prairie, 65-46. We get a held ball here. Leopold owns the arrow. Bernie, the 3 seed over number 14 Doniphan, 74-30. And Twin Rivers won the nightcap, 48-41, the 6 seed over the 11 Portageville. It has been a rough start here in this third quarter.
We're 26 seconds in, and we've had turnovers, foul, lots of discussion.
Yeah.
A lot has happened, except actually related to the scoreboard.
Bryce Cox picked up his 3rd for Delta. That's worth keeping an eye on. Wildcats in the corner. Good ball movement for the open 3 and got it. Well, that's the way you want that possession to go if you're Jimmy Lincoln, their head coach. It results in a Jacob Biesink 3. The freshman's got his first Christmas tournament points. Ryan Jeffries picks up a loose basketball that was thrown a little bit behind him. Delta swings it. A minute gone by in the third. The Leopold lead is 3. Since the first quarter, it is a 17-3 run for Leopold.
We talked in that first quarter how well Delta was shooting it, everything they were doing right. 11 of 17 in that first quarter. Went 1 of 11 in the second quarter.
Short arming that shot, Bryce Cox. Wildcats get the rebound and head the other way. Leopold with a 3-point lead. Nice move out of the corner by Biesink. Elevates, no, but an offensive rebound by Braden Dwyer. He'll finish. He's got 9. And the margin 5. Since a 25 first-point first quarter output, Delta scored just 5 since then, including that basket right there. Bryce Cox has 4. There's the open man in the corner. Tommy Biesink short on that one, but an offensive board. Braden Dwyer's got 11. Well, the little trio right in the middle of the stat sheet, Tommy Biesink, Preston Campbell, and Braden Dwyer have combined for 32 of Leopold's 35. Stick back. That one's good for Skylar Vandeven. He's got 11. It's the second personal on Braden Dwyer. And the free throw goes for Vandeven. He's got a dozen. He averages 13.8. We'll join you tomorrow starting just before the scheduled tip for game 1, which is 9 o'clock here on Aycorp Sports. They bring you wire-to-wire coverage of this holiday tournament that wraps up the day before New Year's Eve.
So barring weather each year, that it plays out where you don't have to play on New Year's Eve. Everybody gets to enjoy the festivities of bringing in the new year. A lot of tournaments do play New Year's Eve. We've done a few of those nights.
A few. Biesink can't connect. 26 games in 4 basketball days over here. All of it right here on Aycorp Sports. And here's another and one situation. Hornbuckle goes glass. Banks stay open late in Cape Girardeau as we close in on the 10 o'clock hour. Fouls on Riley England. Already 4 team fouls by Leopold here in this third quarter. Tied at 35. Paxton Hornbuckle has 8 after the made foul shot. Who gets number 1 Jackson tomorrow at 4:30? This game answers that question. The loser plays at 1:30 against the 16 Oak Ridge. Beesink passed on a 3. Campbell will take it and convert. He's got a game-high 14 points. Bobcats the other way. No dice from triple territory. And Leopold will have to do it on the line this time with Braden Dwyer.
I think Dwyer thought for all the world that he'd done what he needed to finish that and get the three-point play opportunity.
Leopold in front by a pair at 38-36. Braden Dwyer's already made 2 at the line tonight. He's 58% on the year.
After that really fractured start to the quarter, it settled in really
Yeah,
well.
it did. Some good end-to-end basketball. 3 in a row by Dwyer at the foul line. Second one doesn't fall. That foul on Paxton Hornbuckle. Here come the Bobcats. Now with Hornbuckle. Right elbow jumper falls off. No good. Offensive rebound. Skylar Vandeven on the glass. An extra possession for Delta, the number 8 seed. And another and one for Hornbuckle. He's got double figures at 10. And all of a sudden, Delta's able to convert in traffic.
I know we have access to the rosters and things that are submitted, but as I've watched, doesn't Hornbuckle play bigger than 6'1" to you? Or maybe it's because the players on the floor with him?
It's not jumping out at me as that.
He's been really good in this quarter with 6 points now. Good for the game. He's got 11 points.
Third personal on Dylan Jansen. And a held ball belongs to Delta. Well, if you're with us for some of the first 3 games today, there were a number of matchups where the two teams don't see each other unless they play in this Christmas tournament. That is not the case between these two. They are very familiar opponents, tournament and regular season. Twice in the paint. Skylar Vandeven eventually gets it to fall, and a timeout taken by Leopold's second-year head coach, Jimmy Lincoln. We'll take it as well as Delta has come off the mat to lead 41-39 here in the third with 3:48 to go on Aycorp Sports.
Bud Shell Ford in Dexter, we've provided sales and service for all of Southeast Missouri for over 80 years. From personal automotives to commercial vehicles, we're here to serve. Bud Shell Ford. We make the car you want easy to own.
Delta going for back-to-back wins over Leopold after beating the Wildcats earlier this year. A week ago, 74-57. Including that win, Delta has won 5 of the last 6 meetings between the two. Leopold got them a year ago, just before the Christmas tournament, 66-60. Foul line jumper. That doesn't fall for Preston Campbell, but he followed his shot, got his own rebound, and missed another one. Better than halfway home in this third quarter. This one has been tight throughout. 41-39.
Skylar Vandeven rebound a moment ago, Greg. He's got a double-double in the books with 14 and 10.
Right wing jump shot, no good, but another possession for Delta here. Bobcats go to work down near the glass. Vandeven twice, and again the second time converts. He's got 16. Wildcats in a hurry the other way, run out layup, no, but free throws coming up. It'll likely go against Paxton Hornbuckle. No, it's not. Ryan Jeffries. And Tommy Beesink to the line for the first time. on the year, 73%. Lead of 4. Beesink has 11. This is the 27th game between these two since the start of the 2008 season. 27. Beesink misses the second.
Should just share a practice facility as much as they're going to run into each other.
And it's interesting, they don't actually meet in the Christmas tournament all that often. Offensive foul. That one flagged against Isaiah Berry. That's his third. In fact, in the previously 26 meetings, they've only met in the Christmas tournament once.
It's not like those other games. This is the only time they meet. Yep, you've noted it and brought it up, and it's very accurate.
They met in a first round in the 19 Christmas tournament, and Delta hung 101 on Leopold to the Wildcats 74 in a 6-11 game. Tommy Beesink. That one falls off, rebound to the Bobcats. Rush the other way to the window, and free throws coming up for Isaiah Berry. They've met in the Woodland tournament in those previous 26 meetings 3 times. They've met in district play 5 times. Most recent one of those coming February 22nd of 23. Delta won that one by 10. Berry can't hit. He's an 88% free throw shooter, and that's his first try at the line tonight. Second one good. He's got 7. Wildcat basketball, they're the 9 seed. They're 3-4 Delta. One of the unbeatens coming over here at 7-0. Woodland was undefeated. Still are after a win earlier today. 2:14 in the third remaining. And a double team of Ryan Jeffries and Skylar Vandeven on the sideline, and they'll tag Vandeven with his first.
Both teams have reached the 5-team foul threshold of this quarter. So all fouls for the remaining 2:12 will put somebody at the free throw line, and in this case, it'd be Braden Dwyer.
He is 4 of 5 tonight at the stripe. He's got 13. Don't miss a moment beyond today's game. Subscribe to cmoball.com for full access to scores, players, stories, and teams that you care about from high school to the pros. Dwyer, after making a pair, has 14. New subscribers to cmoball.com during the tournament save 30% off subscription fees at cmoball.com. Down low on the blocks, into paint. Hornbuckle, 13 for him. 46-42. Bobcats in front. And Braden Dwyer fouled.
Said there would be free throws the rest of the quarter, so we'll look at the free throw numbers. Leopold at the free throw line. Solid 9 of 12. Delta at the line. Also, not a bad 6 of 8.
Cohen Palmer with his third. Braden Dwyer back at the stripe. 15 for him. Trying to make it a 2-point game. 16 for him. Preston Campbell with 14. Tommy Beesink with 11. The trio of leading scorers for Leopold. Only one other guy has scored. Jacob Beesink with 3. Three-headed monster for the Wildcats. Delta and head coach Toby Heave, his scoring's a little more all over the place. And Paxton Hornbuckle able to convert. He's got 15. That three way off the mark from Riley England. England scores 7.5 just about a night. In traffic, driving to the basket, and more free throws.
Vanderven will get to the line where he's 2 for 2 and a 68% shooter on the year.
Fourth personal on Dylan Jansen. Neither one of these teams afraid of contact. Vanderven, 16-point performance. The Bobcats' leading scorer at present now has 17. And with those 4 fouls, Jansen will check out for Leopold. Number 1, Jackson, awaiting in the wings for the winner. We're under a minute to go in the third. One more for Vanderven. And now he's got 18. Four for 4 at the foul line for Vanderven tonight. Leopold probing and back out for a wing 3 that doesn't fall, but an offensive board for Preston Campbell. That 3 short. Bobcats get it with Ryan Jeffries. Can Leopold continue to do this, just relying primarily on these 3 guys, Mike?
At the rate that they've scored, they can, because it's numbers of 16, 14, and 11 in a rather low-scoring game. But the risk of 3 guys going cold are a lot greater than a group of players going cold.
Hornbuckle, no good, and slipping and hitting the sideline after the rebound is Riley England. So Delta gets the ball back with 15 seconds to go in the quarter.
And if you look at season numbers through 7 games, England averages 7.4, hasn't scored to this juncture. But outside of that, there's not a lot of offense that doesn't come from those 3 on a consistent basis.
Clock down to 11. Jeffries spinning, hanging, missing, no good. Rebound swatted around, grabbed by Dwyer. Quick outlet, trying to beat the clock with 2 to go. Off window, and got it for Tommy Biesink, who's got 13. He's one of that trifecta of Wildcats that leads the way. We have closed 3 quarters of play. The 8 seed Delta in front of the 9 Leopold, 50-46 in the day 1 finale on Aycorp Sports.
American energy dominance. It's how we secure our future. By harnessing homegrown energy, we fuel our economy, power industries, and drive innovation. At NextEra Energy, we're investing more than any other company to deliver low-cost, reliable energy that powers our country's future. NextEra Energy Resources, ahead of what's next.
At SEMO Health Network, we strive to provide caring and affordable health care. We provide medical, dental, OB, and behavioral health services to everyone that may need it. For more information, visit our website and let SEMO Health Network take care of you.
Greg Allen, Mike Reeves, one more quarter before my promised 15-minute nap. 50-46, Delta to the 4th. We'll rejoin you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll start things off with Kelly and Oran. Then it's Bell City, Scott County Central, Meadow Heights and Advance, Oak Ridge and the loser of this one to all work in the consolation bracket before we get back to winner's bracket quarterfinal action, starting with the 4:30 game, Jackson and the winner of this one. Teardrop falls on rim and in for Tommy Biesink, who's got 15. He bookends the quarter break with buckets, and it's a 2-point game, Bobcats lead. After that Jackson 4:30 contest, the 6 o'clock game has Woodland and Chaffee getting together. Then it's 7:30, Cape Central, Scott City, and the night 2 finale, Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston. Isaiah Berry has his 4th.
You look at the stat sheet and it jumps out at me. Because, again, I continue to look at Delta's by quarter score of 25, 3, and 22. It's just some things just make no sense in the world of sports.
Leopold, conversely, has gone 14, 14, 18. Biesink's out the hot hand, but misses that three-point shot. Paxton Hornbuckle grabs almost 10 boards a game, had that one. Rushing that shot, Cox couldn't finish, and the Wildcats grabbed the rebound. It is going to be a helter-skelter finish in what is a 2-point game right now between these two middle seeds. Nobody has been a calming force in this game. The entire contest has been played like this.
We noted it right out of the gate. I mean, it was quick into this one that it was going to look like that, and it pretty much has.
And it hasn't changed either way. Turnover off the inbound. Leopold can tie or take the lead with a three. Double teamed up top. Here's Tommy Biesink probing baseline, back in the corner to Campbell. Thought about trying to force one. Swings it opposite corner for a three. Too strong, no good. And the rebound out of bounds off Leopold.
One of the rare even shot attempts for Leopold that haven't come from the trifecta of Tommy Biesink and then Preston Campbell and Braden Dwyer. That one missed by Hampton from three. They've only had 4 shots taken by somebody that wasn't those 3. Hampton with that one, Jacob Biesink with a made 3, and Riley England with 2 missed 3s.
Ryan Jeffries down low in the paint. Vandeven, no, but fouled. He's been the beneficiary of a couple of and ones here in this game so far. That's the 4th on Jacob Biesink. And for what it's worth, of those trio of Wildcats that they are relying so heavily on, none of them in foul trouble. Vandeven continues to just pour in free throws. He's 5 for 5. He's got 19 points, well above his near 14 per game average. And of course misses that one right on cue.
I'll blame you completely. If a guy's 5 for 5, you just note it, even in passing, and boom, the streak ends.
Quick to the cup at the other end, rims off for Preston Campbell. Quick outlet to Bryce Cox the other way. He's in a hurry, and they'll wave that off with a foul out before he got into the act of shooting. That one's on Braden Dwyer. He's got his 3rd. 2 on Leopold as a club in this 4th quarter that has 5:35 to go in it. And like Bell City and Chaffee, the same can be said for this one. 3-point bomb, good for Ryan Jeffries. And that extends the lead to 6, which feels mammoth right now. 3-point answer doesn't fall for Biesink, but an offensive rebound. That's ripped out of the hands of Jacob Biesink, but a foul. Based on differential of the score, it just feels like the whole game's been played in a phone booth.
You get a 6-point lead, 2-possession game. That 3 that was missed a moment ago, that kind of felt like, okay, that evens it back out if it goes in. But they do get the extra chance now at the free throw line. But Jacob Biesink misses the first of 2. If it comes down to free throws, which in a close game you think at some point there'll be some important ones taken. Both teams have been really good tonight. They both shot it very well, that last one notwithstanding.
Jacob Biesink, 50% free throw shooter, misses a pair. The only guy for Leopold to score other than the trio of Tommy Biesink, his older brother, Preston Campbell, and Braden Dwyer. Tommy Biesink, 2 years the elder of Jacob Biesink. Then there's the junior cousin, Cohen Biesink, who is on the roster but has not played. And the Bobcats turn it over, trying to tippy-toe the sideline with Cohen Palmer.
Turnover number 10 against Delta. Leopold's number is 13. If this has the feel of a game that if there were 5,000 people here, it would be a madhouse tonight.
Yeah.
It would be pretty crazy. I think we're in for a kind of wild finish anyway, but this next couple of trips for Leopold are going to say a lot about that.
Down 6 right now, pull-up jumper flat. Hornbuckle rips it down, lob ahead. Try to do it in transition to the cup. Class and good for Isaiah Berry. And timeout Leopold, the margin's 8. 56-48. A swing moment right here at the Show Me Center to wrap up day one. We'll take a break with 4:34 to go on Aycorp Sports.
At First State Bank and Trust, protecting your money is easy. You don't have to bury it in the backyard or hide it under the mattress or stash it in your cabinets. With FSBT, your money is safe, secure, and always within reach. Choose your local and trusted bank for more than 90 years. First State Bank and Trust.
Hi, I'm Linda Collier with Young Real Estate. Guess what? I have a new listing alert for you. Country living with a spacious 5-bedroom home, 2 baths, and geothermal comfort, all on 1.42 peaceful acres. Call me. I think you'll love it.
Yeah. Back to work here in the final 4:30 off the timeout. A Leopold takeaway into an immediate second timeout. Ryan Jeffries got the lay-in, and as displeased as Jimmy Lincoln was into the last timeout, he's going to be a little more irate having to take this one.
There have been a few musical artists that have recorded songs with the title "If Looks Could Kill." The band Heart comes to my mind. They did one. You could write it about that look coming off the bench there from Jimmy Lincoln. It was like, we just sat over here and we talked, and then we went on the floor and immediately, my guess is, did exactly what we talked about not doing. we go out and do that, and all of a sudden, and if you thought 6 felt like they had opened up an advantage, 10 is a long way to come back at 4:25 because of the style of game it's been. You know, like I know, a different type game, 10 points, 4:25, you wouldn't, whatever. If we were headed to 80-70, this one's not headed to 80-70, however. 58-48, nothing wrong with the pace, but Leopold's got a lot of work to do now, a whole lot.
First double-digit lead either way, and a bump by Isaiah Berry, and he is done.
He'll foul out with 9 points. 4 of 8 from the field, 0 of 1 from deep. No rebounds for Berry tonight. A couple of free throw attempts. He went 1 for 2. And still not to the point in this quarter that fouls yet are putting people at the line. And we're approaching the midway point of the quarter at 4:14.
Delta, that was their third of the fourth quarter. Tommy Biesink off the inbound and a give now to Riley England.
Just 2 Leopold points in this quarter.
Really wanted that Braden Dwyer 3 to go, did the Wildcats, but it wouldn't fall. In a hurry the other way, teardrop runner, counter blocking foul. It's a block, not a charge, and Jeffries has 10.
And he's come alive here. You talked about his per game total and what he's done on the season, and had a very quiet first half, scoring 3, averaging 22. Well, now he's all of a sudden put 7 on the board in this half.
Riley England, his 4th. 3 different Wildcats with 4. Jeffries has 11, his first free throw. He's 68% for the year from the line. Deflected ball comes to Biesink. All of a sudden, Leopold's gone a little cold on the offensive end at the worst time of the ball game. And Delta's enjoying the largest lead of the night. They try to go alley-oop and just trying to play safety. Is Skylar Vandeven to break that pass up. They originally signaled Leopold ball, and they're going to hold with that. Riley England, Jacob Biesink, and Dylan Jansen all with 4 fouls for Leopold. And the Wildcats are down 13. Another wing 3 and another one that doesn't fall. And 3 white shirts come out of the pack. On a run out, Vandeven, yes! And 1 for Skylar Vandeven. 21 for the junior. And the lead balloons to 15 with 3:25 to go.
becoming very reminiscent of what happened earlier this evening when Charleston had a fourth quarter like this against Kelly. Charleston was down 4 when they started that quarter and then blitzed Kelly to win by 20. Well, in this case, Delta did start with a 4-point lead, but that 4-point lead has become 15.
And no other part of this game had any kind of margin like this one. Vandeven, 22. Now Leopold is in a spot where they're going to need some baskets and then ensuing stops. That ball deflected off the leg of Hornbuckle. It'll stay with the Wildcats.
Yeah, it got late in a hurry, too, for Leopold. That clock, everything transpired at the worst possible ways for them. The deficit got huge. At the same time, the clock shrunk to 3:15 and counting.
Braden Dwyer gives up the shot for one from the foul line for Campbell, but he couldn't finish. Loose on the floor. Leopold jumps on it. They rescue it with Tommy Biesink. Muscles his way in and puts it home. 17 for Tommy Biesink. Under the 3-minute mark in the fourth quarter. Delta wanting a shot at number 1 Jackson in the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon. Jeffries short on a triple. Cats the other way in a hurry now. Up and under move by Braden Dwyer that I don't think he needed to go that route. He left it short and that ball deflected out by Leopold.
Yeah, everything for Leopold got completely out of kilter in the fourth quarter. The defensive end of the floor, offensive end of the floor, just everything kind of fell apart. As you said, there's no good time in a ballgame for that to happen, but this was really a bad time.
Right-hand floater good for Bryce Cox, who's got 6. And another stoppage. It is 66-50 with 2:20 to go here in this one. Full stoppage at the Show Me Center. We'll duck out one of the final times here in this one. Delta sitting comfortably with Jackson waiting in the wings.
Please pass the hot sauce. No, none of that watered down ketchup. Give me the heat.
At Southern Bank, we're never not helpful.
Next stop,
Spicy City. Helping spicy grandmas and everybody else.
SEMO Sports Zone with Drew and Dave. Our podcast is focused on basketball. Every Monday, join Andrew Moore and David Jenkins. Insight into local high school basketball and likely other topics. You can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Amazon Music. And also see them as well as hear them. Check out the SEMO Sports Zone YouTube channel.
I had a feeling if you and I ever did a podcast that likely other topics would be the name of the podcast. That would be it.
And it would be appropriate. We'd probably spend more time talking about other topics than basketball. Leopold turns it over. And a foul coming across the timeline. Preston Campbell. His third.
Turnover was the 15th.
Man, 66-50. Add one more at the foul line for Hornbuckle, who's got 16. This fourth quarter scoring has Delta ahead 17-4. It's the opposite of what happened in quarter 2. That's short. Leopold the other way, down by 17, able to convert with Biesink, who's got 19. Here comes Paxton Hornbuckle the other way, under 2 minutes to go, fourth quarter. Wrapping up day 1. First of back-to-back days with 8 games. Contested catch by Jeffries. He threw it up and caught it again. They let that go.
I think it was blocked and deflected.
That could be. Hornbuckle can't hit. Minute and a half down by 15 points. Vandeven just chased down Preston Campbell and took it away from behind. And now everything in Delta's favor. Toby Heeb and his Bobcats going to go to 8-0. Vandeven adds 2 more. He's got 2 dozen. Leopold's going to fall to 3-5. And Delta's going to get the Wildcats again. They beat them a week ago before the start of the tournament. Campbell lays in 2. He's got 16. Timeout with 49.2 to go. 69-54 Delta. And the bracket near complete for day 1. Just looking for what this final's going to look like.
Greg, I really did feel like that Leopold had a real good shot at this game.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially after where things were. I mean, at the half, it's 28-28. They're down 4 going to the 4th, but I didn't feel I didn't feel it tilting any direction. And it happened fast. It went from that 4.
Well, it got to 6 and then went to 10.
And that 10 is where it got my attention. And I thought, uh-oh. And they had about 2 or 3 trips where they missed threes that I thought, okay, that'll kind of right the ship a little bit if they make it. And none of that ever happened. And then I glanced up, and all of a sudden, it caught my eye. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. I thought, we're down to 3:15. And the lead is as big as it's been tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of thought, it's time to put this one to bed.
Delta's just going to pull it back out. Cohen Palmer, shot clock at 13. Good possession by Delta. Vandeven can't hit but fouled as Alex Hampton scrapes himself off the floor.
It's a 15-point game, but you still want to execute that possession right. Take some time off the clock and then go into your offense and get a backdoor cut for a layup attempt that results in a foul. That was solid.
Skylar Vandeven, 25 after the made free throw. He's 7 of 8 today. One more coming up. Final 15. And what would this game be without more free throws? Ryan Jeffries this time on the floor. Crashes over Hampton. Hampton to the line. The sophomore average is less than a point a game for Leopold. Well, you even mentioned it, Mike, when I asked about this trio, and you said there's a better chance of 3 guys going cold at the same time than if you're a little more diverse. And they didn't go stone cold, but they cooled off. And Delta's going to get out of Dodge with a 70-55 triumph. The Bobcats stay undefeated. But a whole different animal coming tomorrow when number 1 Jackson rolls into town at 4:30 to take on the number 8 seed. 70-55, your final score in the final game of day 1. We'll come back to put a capper on it after this wire-to-wire coverage of the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament on Aycorp Sports.
What does it take to stand tall? To let curiosity take root? To let your dreams take flight? You have to be fearless. Carve your path without permission. Turn your grit into greatness. This is your small town with big ideas. This is where you find your fearless. This is SEMO.
Your animals depend on you every day. So we build equipment you can depend on every day. So cutting hay, feeding livestock, and managing land is easier. Loaded with intuitive, innovative features and tech, Case IH equipment isn't just built to work. It's built to work for livestock producers. Case IH, built by farmers. Talk to your Baker Implement dealer today.
We are back at the Show Me Center as we wrap up 8 games here on opening day. Delta, a 70-55 winner over Leopold. The score looks like it was a wide margin. We know if we sat here and everybody watched it, it wasn't until the fourth quarter. Toby Heaps with us, the head coach of the Bobcats. And how would you kind of wrap that one up in your head that, yeah, we got the win, and yes, it was by 15, but it took a lot to get to that point. Your thoughts on that one?
Right. Well, I knew coming in, we played them last Friday, so it's tough to play a team back-to-back, especially a well-coached team that's very disciplined, executes well. I knew it'd kind of be a dogfight for most of the night. I just kept telling the boys, we've got a run in us at some point that hopefully will come at the right time, and I think it did.
When you, in a game like that, is that, you tell them that, do they have that belief too? Because coach can say one thing, kids can believe something that maybe the coach isn't saying. Were they completely on board with, at some point we're going to hit that run and it's going to tilt the game in our favor? Do you see it in their eyes a little bit?
Yeah, I think somewhere in the third, early fourth, I kind of saw it. We had a rough second quarter. I think we only scored 3 points. We kind of forced the issue, and at halftime our heads were a little down. So just try to really motivate them in the locker room and tell them, get your heads up, keep on going. And then once we got, a few things to start clicking, you could tell the energy was getting a little bit better and they were feeling more comfortable out there.
What are general expectations of your group? I mean, you come in and you look at the seed line, you say 8, then you look at the record and say, hey, you've been doing everything you're supposed to do, winning games that you're supposed to win, getting the job done. What are your expectations really for this group? And I'm not just talking wins and losses, totals. What's this team supposed to look like when they're doing what you want them to do?
Well, I think kind of what you saw in the fourth quarter, executing a little bit better. Our defensive pressure is where it starts. We got to force turnovers. That way we can create kind of a faster pace that we want to play. When we're playing our way, we're really running the floor, getting a lot of layups, and some of that comes from defensive rebounding. We didn't do very well first couple quarters, or second and third quarter really. Fourth quarter, we stepped that up, and we were able to get a few run-outs, which in turn sets up our pressure on defense.
A win means where you are in the bracket that you get one of the best teams in the area. They're really good. We all know about them. How do you kind of get ready to go about that one, given, hey, it's not like we have to go to the practice, the gym and work a whole lot. Yep. How do you approach that thing?
Well, stay up late tonight, watch a little more film, come up with a game plan. I got to watch them early this morning, thanks to you guys. And just, for us mostly, it's this time of year, we don't really scheme for a game or go through scouting reports. We mostly try to tend to just play our game and figure out how to make it work against whatever opponent we have. So that's what we're going to have to try to do tomorrow. We'll, just pressure a little bit better tomorrow, hopefully, and rebound better and try to run a fast-paced game.
Congrats on this one. We'll see you again tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much for your time.
Thank you.
Head coach of the Delta Bobcats alongside fourth season for Toby Heeb. They win this one 70-55. They do so on the strength of a big fourth quarter, outscoring Leopold by the margin of 20-9. They advance with that 8-0 record to meet the top seed Jackson. 4:30 tomorrow in the first game of our afternoon session.
Final numbers from this one. First individually for the Delta Bobcats. They get 25 from Skylar Vandeven, 16 more from Paxton Hornbuckle, 11 from Ryan Jeffries. Isaiah Berry finished with 9, Bryce Cox with 6, and they get 3 from Cohen Palmer. Wasn't nearly as spread out for Leopold. They only had 5 guys score, 3 combined for all but 4 of their points. They had 55 in the game. They get 19 from Tommy Besink, 16 each from Preston Campbell and Braden Dwyer, 3 from Jacob Besink, and a free throw from Alex Hampton down the stretch as Delta pulls away. They were comfortable at the end of one. They led by 11, so there was a double-digit lead early at 25-14, but after that second quarter that saw the Wildcats outscore the Bobcats 14-3. It was tied at 20 at the half. Third quarter was uber tight, 22-18, and then came the 20-9 fourth quarter that sent Delta to the 70-55 win.
Your team totals from this one, 47% from the field for the Bobcats on 27 of 57, 19 of 48 for the Wildcats, 40%. Three-point shooting, 3 for 9 Delta, 5 of 20, your shooting numbers for Leopold. Free throw line, 13 of 18 for the Bobcats. That's 72%, 12 of 18 for 67% for Leopold. Rebound advantage to Delta, 33-28. Turnover, 16 for Leopold. Delta had 11, and scoring off the bench, neither team really had much there. Delta led it 3-1, and the Bobcats move on over the Wildcats, and they play tomorrow afternoon at 4:30.
Final scores today across the board, straight down the bracket. Jackson 90-23 over Oak Ridge. Delta 70-55 topping Leopold. Charleston got by Kelly 75-55. It was Cape Notre Dame 71, Oran 29. Cape Central take out Meadow Heights 74-16. The Panthers went scoreless in the fourth quarter. The Rams of Scott City, the 6th seed, knocked out number 11 Advance 64-22. Chaffee, the lone team on day one to pull an upset, 10 over a 7, 52-48, and Woodland 92, Scott County Central 44. Those of you focusing on the Bloomfield tournament, 8 first-round games down there. Number 1 Dexter over 16 Holcomb, 98-22. The 8-9 game went East Carter's way over Kennett, 66-47. Van Buren in overtime, the 4 seed beat number 13 Richland, 77-66. No upsets in Bloomfield on day one as far as seeds. Number 5 Malden, 62-28, beating Bloomfield. 2 seed Puxico, no problem with number 15 Gideon, 72-30. Risco, they were 19 better than East Prairie, 65-46. The 7 prevails. Number 3 Bernier knocks out number 14 Donovan, 74-30. And Twin Rivers holds on to beat number 11 Portageville, 48-41. Sleeping right back here, is that the plan?
Well, here's the deal. If I'm going to spend 10 hours at a place one day, I want to do it again the next day. So why not? Let's go home, get our 10 minutes of sleep, grab a little breakfast, and head right back over. It works for me. Let's do it, bud.
That is the plan. We'll do just that. We'll see you just before the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow. Our lead game is the first of 4 in the consolation bracket as those quarterfinals open it up. Kelly and Oran is the first game to start the day. Then Bell City, Scott County Central, Meadow Heights Advance, and then Oak Ridge against Leopold. And then the winner's bracket quarters starting at 4:30. Jackson Delta. You get Chaffee Woodland, Cape Central Scott City, and we'll wrap up day 2 with Cape, Notre Dame, and Charleston. We will see you then. For our entire crew here with Aycorp Sports, along with our producers and engineers, Philip Britt and Josh I, all of our camera folks tonight, our graphics engineers, switchers, and statisticians, we say thank you. That's Mike Reeves, Greg Allen saying so long from the Show Me Center in Cape Girardeau, home of the 81st Annual Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament. Delta wins the finale, a final of 70-55. Have a good night, everybody.